Now I'd just like you to have a sense of almost like mild daydream, just a very comfortable daydream. And you know what it's like to discover yourself daydreaming, and how you can discover yourself daydreaming and not even have noticed how that daydream begins. And you know what it's like to just enjoy drifting in a daydream, knowing that a part of you is aware of the external world, while another part of you is drifting in a daydream. And as you listen to me, you can relax. And the interesting thing about how you can listen to me and relax is that that relaxation spreads into everyday life. It doesn't just end at the time that you end listening to this. That relaxation spreads into everyday life, bringing comfort. So as you listen to this, I'd just like you to go on a journey with me. You just imagine we go out one day and it's a beautiful sunny day. You've got clear blue sky. You can feel the warmth of the sun on your body. And we go out for a walk in the country. And as we walk in the country, we can notice lots of different plants, notice lots of different animals. You can notice how the trees grow up so big and strong. And as you look at the trees in a summer, you can be aware that you know what happens to those trees as winter approaches. And you can know what happens to those trees when there's a lack of rainfall. Yet you can also know what happens to those trees when the rain returns. And you can also know what happens to those trees as spring approaches. And the same with the plants. You can notice the plants. You can notice how there are certain plants there that you know are only there during the summer. Yet you also know that somewhere under the soil, waiting for when the time is right, there are plants that will grow at different times of the year. And you know that the leaves on an oak tree are different to the leaves on a fir tree. And the petals on a daffodil are different to the petals on a rose. And you know what you think of daffodils, you know what you think of roses, and you know that they both smell different, and they both look different. They both attract different insects to pollinate them. And they're both designed to appeal in different ways. And you know, walking through the countryside, each time a slight wind blows, just a subtle breeze, grass can move and shimmer, plants can sway, leaves in trees can rustle, and light can dance as it shines down through the trees. And a shadow always moves to keep out of direct sunlight. And you know that when you walk through the country at different times, you can see just grass in fields, or you can see grass and daisies, grass and dandelions. And you know, dandelions change as they get older. They start from nothing. They grow up into yellow flowers with many petals. And then they become grey and wispy. And then a slight breeze blows, and the grey and wispy plant breaks off into lots of little flying seeds that settle down throughout a wide area, ready to grow the next year. And you know, you can be walking through the country and you can find a hill. And you can become absorbed in a conversation as you walk up the hill. Only get distracted from the conversation when you reach the top and realise that you've reached the top, because all of a sudden you can see the view. And you can look out over the view and everything can look so small and helpless. You can see cows in fields, sheep in fields, perhaps a river in the distance, the odd car maybe on a road. Different buildings that look small, and maybe even people in the distance. Looking down over everything you can see, knowing you've got a different perspective to the people down the bottom. And you know what it would be like to enjoy a picnic up high on that hillside. And then after we've finished the picnic, you know what it'd be like to stroll leisurely back down that hill. And decide to take a different route at the bottom. And we can discover a stream. And notice there's a string of stepping stones across the stream. And focusing on each stepping stone one at a time, we can carefully get across to the other side. Enjoying that challenge of getting across that quick stream by stepping on those stepping stones. And finding the right combination of stepping stones to get to the other side. And you know what it would be like to be walking along A coastline that was familiar to you as a child, when you're a very old person. You know what it'd be like to enjoy walking along that coastline. Talking with me about the changes that have occurred. Admiring how the point at which the water meets the shore has changed, yet still finding the coastline beautiful. And seeing children enjoying this new coastline. And as we walk along discussing this coastline, know that when the children we see playing grow up, the coastline will be different for them as well. And you know, a kangaroo gives birth to a baby that's only about an inch long. And that baby climbs into the kangaroo's pouch and starts drinking milk and latches on and is unable to detach its mouth until that kangaroo has grown up. And it's only when that kangaroo has grown up that it then pops its head out of the pouch, and not long after is ready to leave the pouch. And enjoy being a kangaroo. And you know what it'd be like to be many years in the future, enjoying dinner, as we discuss all of those things we've enjoyed over those years. And whilst we're discussing all of those things that we've enjoyed, and absent-mindedly just eating our food, not really paying attention to enjoy the quality of the food as much as perhaps we should for the price we're paying for it. Imagine all the things we'd be able to talk about. Imagine all the things we'd be able to enjoy talking about. How the world has changed. Those people that have made us laugh over the years. Reminiscing about things that have happened that we found amusing. Perhaps from old jobs that we did, or friends that we've had or have still got. And how much pleasure there has been in all those years. And how sometimes it seems to be the little things that bring intense pleasure that are overlooked at the time. Yet when you recall things, it's those little things you recall that stand out and make you think, oh, if only there was more of that, and if only I paid a bit more attention to that. And you know, it's possible to have a reminiscing tree. A tree that has always seemed to be there. A tree that's weathered storms, frosty weather, blazing sunlight. A tree that's managed to cope with children climbing it building tree camps in it, swinging from it. A tree that's continued to grow bigger and stronger, despite all these things. A tree that's had branches broken off. A tree that sometimes suffered drought and struggled to get the liquid needed to keep it alive, yet seemed to suddenly burst back into life once it does get that liquid. A tree that you can see carved names in of lovers over all the years that have sat and taken shade under that beautiful tree. You know, a few years back, I remember reading about a tree, about this man who was about 15, 16 years old. And at the start of the First World War, he was conscripted. He was told he had to go out and fight. And he cycled to see his girlfriend to say to her he was going to go out and fight. He had no choice. And he couldn't wait to return to see her. And he parked his bike up next to a tree. And then he went out to war. And unfortunately, he didn't return. And in memory, his girlfriend didn't remove the bike. And decades later, the tree had grown around the bike. And that bike was now a part of the tree. In the same way that the memory of that boy was a part of that girl. And you know, when you plant flowers to really make them survive, you dig up all of the topsoil, churning it all up, and mixing in plenty of new, fresh soil. Plenty of new, fresh soil with compost all mixed in. Then you plant your plants. And you water your plants, and you let the water and the compost do the work. And you just enjoy coming out and seeing those plants, being surprised at how much they grow, perhaps not being aware and then suddenly noticing how much they've grown. You know, there was a boy who wanted to grow the most beautiful sunflower. So he planted one in his garden. He planted the sunflower seeds in his garden. He watered them and he gave them compost. And he was so keen to have that sunflower grow, he went out the next day, dug it up to look at the progress, and it was still a seed. So he covered it over again, made sure it was watered and had compost, and he came out the next day. And he really wanted to see the progress of that plant, so he dug it up and had a look, and it was still a seed. And this went on week after week after week, where he'd go out, he'd dig it up to look at its progress, and he would see it was just a seed. And then gradually he got bored of this. He got really frustrated that it didn't seem to be growing. He thought somehow his sunflower seed was broken. Or dead already. So because he was getting bored, he stopped bothering to check it. He stopped bothering to go out into the back garden and to look at that sunflower seed. And then one day, a month or two later, he was playing football round the front of the house when the ball went down the side and into the back garden. So he went to collect his football, and as he turned around to walk back to the front of the house, he saw this giant, beautiful sunflower stood up alongside the building, and had no idea how it got there. And it reminded him of a time when he was in a field when he was very, very young. And this field was on a hill. And he saw kids one day all making little snowballs at the top of the hill. And he came into the field the next day and saw all these giant snowballs at the bottom of the hill. And he couldn't understand how they got there. Now part of you can understand all these stories, knowing that there are therapeutic messages for you contained within the stories that will help you. And you know, there was the story of the farmer whose son found a wild horse. And he brought the wild horse back to the farm. And all the villagers said, "That is so lucky, your son finding that wild horse. That's just, it just seems to have all the luck." And the farmer said, "Maybe." And then the farmer's son got on the horse and tried to ride it and got thrown off the horse. And they said, had you not got that horse, that wouldn't have happened. So getting that horse was really unlucky. Because your son's now got a broken leg. That's just terrible. And the farmer said, "Maybe." Then the army came round, making kids go out and fight in the war. And the farmer's son couldn't go out and fight because he had a broken leg. And the villagers said, "It's so lucky for you. Had your son not found that horse and been thrown off the horse, he would have to go out and fight as well." And the farmer said, "Maybe." And you know the story about the toad who was hopping along the road, sort of a country road with potholes and all sorts. And he came across this pothole and looked down because he could hear this sound of this toad. And he looked down into this pothole and he saw this toad in there. And this toad was asking for help, saying, "Help me, help me. I've fallen in this hole and I'm stuck and I can't get back out." And the toad tried reaching down, but couldn't reach him. And that toad in the hole tried reaching up and couldn't reach up. And the toad in the hole said, "Well, why don't you jump down here? I'll stand on your back and get out." And the other toad thought about it a minute and thought, "Well, no, because then I'll be trapped in the hole." So the toad couldn't find a way to help him and carried on his journey. A little way down the road, the toad that was stuck in the hole suddenly starts leaping and bounding past him. So the toad hops along to catch up with this toad and says, I thought you were stuck in that hole, what happened? He said, well, I was stuck in the hole, but now there's a big car coming. And you know that there are many stories that can be told and have many different meanings. Like the story about the monkey who lives in the rainforest. And he hears a massive crash coming through the trees and a big thud on the ground. And he suddenly panics and thinks, oh my god, the sky's falling, we're all going to die. And so he goes down into the forest ground and he starts telling all the other animals, the sky's falling, we're all going to die. And the other animals start panicking and they start telling each other and spreading this message, the sky's falling, we're all going to die. And this message gets to the lions, and the lions, being the big sort of kings of this area, announce to the rest of the forest, the sky's falling, we're all going to die, we've got to get out of here. And there's an owl flying around above who can see all this commotion, wondering what on earth is going on down there. So the owl flies down, and the owl talks to the different animals and says, what's going on? Said, well, the sky's falling, we're all going to die. And the owl asks, how do you know? And they say, well, because the antelope told us. So he goes and asks them. And they say, well, because the lions told us all. So they go and ask the lions, and the lions say who told them, and they say who told them, and it all gets back to this monkey. And the monkey says, yes, I was the first one to know the sky is falling. I know the sky is falling because I heard it with my own ears. I said, well, did you actually see the sky falling? I said, well, no, but I heard the sky falling, so the sky must be falling. If we don't get out of here, we're all going to die. So the owl picks up the monkey and carries the monkey to where the monkey said he heard the sky falling. And they sit and they wait, and they wait, and they wait. And then they hear this almighty crash and bang and breaking of branches and leaves. And the monkey starts panicking, saying, see, the sky's falling, we're all going to die, the sky's falling. So the owl lifts the monkey up and carries the monkey to where this sound came from. And they find a coconut on the ground. And they sit and wait, and wait. And then they hear another crash. And the monkey sees this coconut falling through the leaves and the branches, and then smashing on the floor. And the owl says, was that what you heard? And the monkey says, yes, and I feel so stupid now. All the animals of the forest think the sky's falling and think they're all going to die, and it was just a coconut. The monkey said, I know what I've got to do. Could you take me to the mountain? So the owl takes the monkey to the foot of the mountain and says, I'm sorry, but you're going to have to make the rest of the journey yourself. And the monkey struggles up the mountain, climbing higher and higher up this mountain, getting out of breath, having to stop and take a break, occasionally losing his grip and slipping back down the mountain a little bit. But undeterred, he gets back on the trail and carries on climbing. And eventually, after much struggling and much effort, the monkey gets to the top of the mountain, turns around, looks out over the forest, and he can see that the sky is fixed in place above the forest. He can see the forest down below. And he shouts out for all the animals to hear. that he's sorry, he was wrong, the sky isn't falling. It was just a coconut. And all the animals are relieved and grateful to the monkey for what he did, for letting them all know, for climbing that mountain. And the monkey climbed back down the mountain feeling satisfied, feeling he'd achieved something. He'd achieved what he knew he had to set out to achieve. And you know, you can listen to this again, and each time a different part of this will work on a deeper and deeper part of you, helping to create change, helping to help you move forward and achieve what you want to achieve. And you know, on a deep level, changes that are needed. You know on a deep level how you want to move on. You know on a deep level what it will be like to lead a nice, long and happy life. To get to that point where we're able to sit in the future, looking back at the ups and downs and how they were overcome, and how much space was between all of those ups and downs, filled with variety, excitement, enjoyable experiences, and discussing those events that really stood out the most. And as well as listening to this, you can find yourself drifting into daydreams frequently and appropriately at appropriate times, where your unconscious now understands how to work on resolving issues so that patterns get closed during the day in a daydream, so that you absent-mindedly forget to worry, absent-mindedly get distracted by more pleasurable and pleasant things and by more important things, so that you absent-mindedly discover yourself focusing externally on what you want to be doing and getting enjoyment out of life. You know, when Columbus sailed across the ocean, he thought he was heading to one place, but he discovered somewhere completely different. And despite the unknown elements of the journey, it was enjoyable and led to making history, and had a knock-on effect with many people in the future. And your unconscious knows what it has to do and how to do it. And that conscious part of you doesn't have to give it any thought at all. It can just listen to this again and again, as the changes just happen all by themselves. So as you listen to me, take a moment to close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, so your mind can begin to relax, And you can begin to follow along to my voice as I tell you this story. And you can have a sense of silence, of nothingness, of peace, of calm, a sense of deep relaxation. And as you listen to this, you can begin to fall asleep comfortably. And with this sense of peace and calm, you can have a sense a bit like you're wrapped up in a blanket, being held so comfortably. And you start to begin to form an awareness. An awareness that it's almost time to leave this place. It's almost time to come out of your shell. And you're just operating on instinct. What you do is just operating on instinct. And you start nudging on the shell. Nudging and nudging. Until eventually you manage to break through that shell and take that first breath of the outside world. See that first moment of light as your eyes squint, feeling that first breeze on your face, and then pushing further out of that egg, experiencing your first steps as an eagle chick, taking your first step, and you're up in a nest, high up on some rocks, way above the land below. You can gaze down and you can look over the land and you can see the horizon off in the distance. And you can pay attention to that horizon and notice what you can see. And you start to improve your eyesight. And as you begin to get older, you begin to develop and your wings begin to grow. You reach a point where you can jump in the air and flap your wings a little bit and hover just for a moment. And as the sun sets, so the nighttime rises. And as the nighttime rises, so you see a beautiful cloud of points of light, a beautiful cloud of stars stretched across the night sky, with the Milky Way arched across the sky. And in the jet black of the night, you see shooting stars fizzing past. You notice that they have different colours. You notice how the stars are twinkling, and yet there are some stars that look bigger that you realise are planets and they're not twinkling. And you can gaze out over the land below as the night sets and dawn starts to break. You notice how the sounds change, how the atmosphere seems to change, how the temperature changes. That's it. And as you spread your wings, you can feel the breeze passing through the feathers. You can feel the breeze lifting, lifting, lifting comfortably up, giving those wings a light, comfortable feeling, like they're lifting, lifting, lifting up, like they're weightless and just floating there. And closing your eyes, you almost feel like you're soaring through the air. Yet you just stood there, practicing what it's like to soar. That's it. And after many days have followed many nights, the time comes to launch yourself from the nest, and you head to the edge of the nest. You look over the edge, and instinctively you jump into the unknown. You stretch out your wings, and they very quickly catch the air, making you swoop up back into the air. And they catch an updraft, and you circle and rise on some warm air. You feel the excitement of flying and rising higher and higher. Use your laser focus vision to look around, almost like being able to zoom in on one point or another point or another point. And you glide so effortlessly, you just glide, looking ahead, looking down, looking around you, heading left, heading right, swooping down, becoming absorbed in the emotions, becoming absorbed in the experience, absorbed in that calm relaxation, in the wonder, like this moment lasting for many moments. And you know now is your time to be independent. Now you've left the nest. Now is your time to find your own home. And you fly and search. You fly over grassland, looking at the different shades of grass down there. You fly over forest and hills and explore. and you glide and you just give the odd beat of your wings and effortlessly fly. So comfortably, so effortlessly, flying deeper and deeper into some new territory, somewhere that'll be your new land, and you want this land to be perfect for you. And you find somewhere with some water, notice that sun glistening, shimmering and shining off the water. You notice the trees, the forest surrounding that water, and the rocky outcrops stretching high into the air. And you land on the rocky outcrop. You land surveying your new territory, looking around you. And you build yourself a home here. You take some time to build yourself a home here. And you enjoy your new territory. You find new friends. And you fly for pleasure. Getting that perspective on everything below, helping you to survey and understand the environment you're in, to be able to calmly survey and understand the environment you're in, to judge what you need to do from this calm surveyor's position, making decisions and acting on those decisions. That's it. And you notice how, as the seasons change, so your environment changes. Leaves go from green to yellows and reds and browns. The temperature begins to change and lower. You spend more time keeping yourself comfortable and warm. And days get shorter, nights get longer, and the wonder continues. And as time goes on, so days get even shorter still, nights get even longer, and your wonder continues. And the temperature cools down, and the world around you begins to change to black and white. The snow falls, and the sounds change. They take on a dull sound, like the echo has been removed. Movement in that snow down there sounds crunchy and crisp. Tracks are easy to see and follow. And then, as time continues, and your wandering and wondering continues, so you wander through the air, flying, surveying, taking in and enjoying with wonder how varied and how changeable things are. Curious about what'll happen next. and you share your experience. And feel a part of your community as other eagles soar in their areas, occasionally meeting before heading back to their own areas. And you know when the time is right. You settle down in your nest. You snuggle up warm and comfortably. And you drift deeply and soundly asleep. This is an adult bedtime story. And as well as being an adult bedtime story, this also helps lay down patterns to help overcome worry. So if you don't need help to overcome worry and calm the mind, then these patterns will just be part of a story to help you fall asleep comfortably. But if you do need help to overcome worry, then the patterns will, with regular listening, begin to give you something to work with on an unconscious level to find your own way of moving forward of that worry. So as you listen to me, just close your eyes. And with your eyes closed, I will tell a story in the background about a person who decides that at the point in life that they're in, they want to go on a spiritual journey. They want to find themselves. They want to find some purpose and meaning and some insight. And they set out one day from their village and they start walking from their village towards the desert that starts 50 miles away. And in the village there's a lot of green, there's running water. Just outside the village there's farmland, people working on the farm. And they walk along the dusty road, away from the village, walking past all the farmland, watching people all around working on that land. And they have a simple bag on their back with just some basic belongings. And they're aware of the sound of each footstep on the dusty road. They're aware of the feeling of the warmth and the breeze on their skin. And they continue walking past the farmland. And they see different birds and different animals, and they can hear birds in the distance. And notice the sky, and the blueness, and the richness of the colour of the sky. And after an hour or so, they clear the farmland. And the green around them begins to become more sparse, more rugged, and a rougher green as they continue to walk further from that village. And they can feel the warmth of the sun and hear the impact of each footstep. And they look forward and they can see this road is very straight. The road goes all the way to the horizon and further. And they continue following this road, going further and further from that village. And the further they go from the village, the more isolated they start to feel. They stop seeing other people coming down the road, as most people don't go this far away from a settlement. They feel the warmth of the sun beating down on them. And so they get a bottle out their back and have a quick swig of fresh, cool water. They can feel that water on their lips, feel the water as it passes down their throat into their stomach. That refreshing feeling. And as the sun begins to set, so the light begins to change. And the colours begin to change from the blue sky to the dark sky, twinkling stars in the sky. And the air begins to go cool. And so they walk off the road a little way and light a fire and settle down for the evening. And they sit next to that fire, cross-legged, keeping their hands warm, feeling the warmth through their body, hearing the crackling of the fire, noticing the flames dancing on top of the fire. And then just as that fire is burning down to embers and giving a warm, comfortable glow, so they gently drift off asleep alongside that fire, wrapped up warm, drifting off asleep by the fire. And in the morning, and they awake and feel a little stiff, and so they stretch a little, and the fire's gone out. Although there's still a little warmth coming from that fire, they bury the fire, pack their stuff up, have some water, and continue their journey. And as the day is drawing to a close, they find themselves approaching the desert, noticing how the dunes just cover the road, as if the road's totally insignificant. And they gaze at the dunes and notice how much they look like giant waves or hills. They imagined that it would be flatter. So they continue their trek up and down the dunes, feet sliding in the sand, feeling occasionally of touching the sand, feeling the warmth, allowing the sand to flow through the hands and the fingertips, and noticing how when they put their hand in the sand and pull some of that sand out, the sand just underneath the surface is really cool compared to the sand on the surface. And with the sun set, everything is pitch black with just points of light in the sky. So the person sets up camp, lights a fire, drinks some water, sits by the fire, wraps up warm, ready to continue the journey tomorrow. The next morning he wakes up, and the person continues their journey. And they walk deep into the desert. And once they reach a point where whatever direction they look, all they can see is desert, they know that's the point to find themselves. And they set up a square mat. And they sit on that square mat, cross their legs, rest their hands gently on their legs, close their eyes, and start to focus on breathing in and breathing out, breathing in and breathing out, feeling relaxation with each out-breath, feeling themselves going deeper and deeper relaxed. And as they go deeper and deeper relaxed, so their body relaxes also. And after a while, they have a sense that they're seeing with their eyes open, even though their eyes are closed. And any time their mind wanders, they bring their attention back to just focusing on being in the moment. And they start seeing things walking through the desert towards them. And these things aren't real, they're hallucinations. And to find themselves, they have to get used to controlling their thinking. They have to get used to being able to see things that are there but not really there, and be able to relax with uncertainty, be able to relax with what they're seeing. That despite the reality, despite the fact they look so real, they have to relax and accept that they're aware it's fake. That they're aware it's not real at all. And after 3 days of meditating, their body goes numb and they're unaware of their body. And after losing awareness of their body, they feel like just a mind sat in the desert, being aware of all things around them, hypersensitive to all things around them, And sometimes real lizards and animals, because of their motionlessness, will climb over them, almost unaware that they're a living being. And they have to just relax, be mindful, and let that happen. That. And the longer they sit there, the deeper and deeper they go into the experience. And they go 4 days, 5 days, 6 days without food or any extra drink. And on the 7th day, their brain starts saying that they need to move, they need to get a drink. It starts worrying about things. And they know that this is part of the test. That this solitude, being isolated for so long, not talking to anyone, not seeing anyone, not eating, not drinking, just being, can lead to this thinking. And they accept that the brain is just thinking, that's just what it does. And they acknowledge the thoughts that are there. They don't analyse them, they don't cling to them. They don't try to push them away. They just acknowledge that it's there. And that it's just a thought. And by the end of the 7th day, they find that they've got control over their thinking. They've got control over their senses. And someone in a long robe and hood glides across the desert towards them, kneels down before them, and passes them a secret message. A message that will help complete their spiritual journey. And they take that message and they learn it and they internalize it. Yeah. And then after they found the answers they came seeking and learning on a deep and profound level, they gently find their way back out of the sand dunes, out of the desert, all the way back to the village they came from. And they know there's certain things that they can't recreate or teach to anyone else, but their demeanour being changed is something that can lead to them understanding and interacting with others with a whole new understanding and in a whole new way. And when they get back to the village, now nearly 2 weeks later, they go home and run a very warm bath. They climb in the bath and enjoy the comfort of a long, relaxing soak in the bath. to relax their muscles which have become aching from their journey. And then after having the bath, they get out of the bath, notice the cool temperature hitting them, which helps when they go to bed for them to drift comfortably off, asleep, dreaming, healing, positive, pleasant dreams, and awaking in the morning, feeling refreshed and revitalized and full of energy. This is a adult bedtime story where you're playing the role of an astronaut. And as you listen to this, so you'll begin to fall asleep. You'll be listening with your eyes closed. And you may fall asleep before the end of this, or you may feel comfortably relaxed and drift off into a comfortable sleep at the end of this. And as you listen to this also has useful, therapeutic messages within this story. And it's not a detailed story. Its purpose is to be a bit like drifting in a dream, where you're playing the lead role, where it's something calming and comfortable that helps you drift comfortably asleep. So with your eyes closed as you listen to me, you can begin to notice yourself as an astronaut. And you're walking along towards a giant rocket. And you've got some astronaut crew with you. And you're walking along towards that giant rocket. And you look down at yourself and you can see the suit that you're wearing. And you're carrying the helmet at the moment. And you can feel the weight of the suit. And perhaps you can be surprised about how the suit isn't as hot as you expected it to be for something so big and heavy. And surprised that you can move so easily in the suit. And you see people taking photos of you and your fellow astronaut as you walk towards the rocket. You can see the clear blue sky above you. Feel the warmth of the sun, smelling the fresh air, hearing the murmuring sounds of the people, feeling a little bit in awe of the size of that rocket as you get closer to it and realize how small you appear next to it. And as you get close to the rocket, so you and your fellow astronauts enter a lift that takes you up what looks essentially like scaffolding. It takes you up to the height of the entrance to the shuttle on the rocket. And you let some of the other astronauts go first. And then you walk out behind them. You admire the view from being so incredibly high up. And you think to yourself how it's almost like being standing on top of the Eiffel Tower. Having that kind of height over everyone else. And you walk along the platform and you can hear the echoey, metallic sound with each step you take. and you enter the shuttle, closing the door behind you. And you can hear the tsk as you close the door. And you can feel the weight of the door as you close the door. And although you can feel that the door's heavy, it feels surprisingly smooth and manoeuvrable and closes with ease. And you get into your seat, putting your helmet on, and then twisting it slightly to lock it in place. And you can notice how you can now hear your breathing from within the helmet, having a slight difference in how the breathing sounds because of breathing into a helmet. And you strap yourself in. And you just think to yourself for a moment how awkward it is getting into the seats and strapping yourself in. When you're having to almost climb into a seat and lift your legs up, almost like sitting in a seat that's lying down on its back. And then you hear Mission Control begin to count down. They let you know that everything's okay, all the checks have been done. We're safe for takeoff. They begin to count down. 10, 9, 8. As they count down, your mind begins to focus. 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. And at 3 you hear a rumbling where the burners are lit. 2, you hear the rumbling coming from the rockets. 1, 0, and on the count of 0 there's a moment's pause, and then suddenly what feels like an earthquake around you. A rumbling, tumbling earthquake. If there were things that could rattle, you know they would. And you feel like you're lifting, but you don't quite recognize it as lifting. You can't see outside anything other than a bit of blue sky. So you can't notice that you're lifting. And then after a second or two, suddenly you start to feel really heavy, feeling pushed back in your seat. After 5 seconds, you feel like you've tripled in weight. And the rocket continues to accelerate, and it quickly breaks the speed of sound. And all of a sudden there's silence from outside as you're travelling faster than the sound is able to travel from the rockets to your ears. And the acceleration continues, and the sky begins to get darker and darker outside. And you're aware you must be rising up higher and higher in the Earth's atmosphere. And then after about 15 seconds, you begin to notice yourself becoming weightless. Suddenly the shuttle twists and turns, and out the window you see the Earth, like a giant blue marble in space. And you just enjoy in awe the view, gazing down at the Earth, as the shuttle begins to circle the Earth. And you unbuckle yourself and notice how you're weightless and everything just floats. Then you explore the shuttle. And this isn't an ordinary shuttle. This is the latest shuttle for a new kind of trip to space. And part of your role in space is to go and do a spacewalk. Then you've got to take a specific satellite out of the shuttle with you, just a small satellite. You've got to unfurl its solar panel, attach a few pieces to it, and do all that far enough away from the shuttle that there's no risk to the shuttle or to the satellite. And so you leave the shuttle on your spacewalk, and you work on sorting out that satellite, and you wonder what the satellite's for. You know it's to help with communication, but you don't know in what context. And it's hard work to work on the satellite, but you enjoy it because you're out in space. And while you're working on the satellite, a part of your mind is wondering about the fact that in space there's no up or down, no left or right, no backwards or forward. There just is. Yes. And you're aware that to you feel like you're just stationary, sorting out a satellite. You can notice that the Earth is moving beneath you, but you don't feel like you're moving. And yet you're aware that you're actually travelling around the Earth at thousands of miles an hour. And you're aware that you're aging at a different speed to your family back on Earth. And so you start to ponder what reality is. If you can be travelling at thousands of miles an hour and feel like you're stationary. And if you can be aging slower than family on Earth. And once you've sorted the satellite out, you let go of it, having pressed in some codes, and it auto-corrects, gets itself to the correct orbit. And you head back to the shuttle. And then the shuttle has a few days of orbiting the Earth, where you just get to do a few science experiments and relax. You take some photos of the night sky. You take some photos of the Earth. You get a new perspective on things up here. And learn and grow. And after a few days in space, it's time for you to return back to Earth. And so as you buckle back into the shuttle, the trajectory of the shuttle is changed. Begin to make your journey back down into the Earth's atmosphere. And as you journey back down into the Earth's atmosphere, so you journey deeper asleep. and you feel so relaxed journeying down into the Earth's atmosphere. You're aware how well built the shuttle is, how successful the shuttle is landing, being able to enjoy the journey back down, noticing how the blackness of space starts to change to a blue of the atmosphere, passing through layers of cloud, before heading for a giant runway and landing on that runway, firing parachutes out the back of your shuttle to decelerate the shuttle, and being welcomed home almost like a hero's welcome. Because although space flight is now more common, it's still not something that everyone does all the time. And you can look forward to your next space flight, to the next time you get called upon to repair a satellite, to take a satellite into space. And you can drift comfortably asleep now. As you listen to this bedtime story, so you can begin to relax and fall asleep. And to begin with, you can get yourself comfortable, and you can close your eyes. And as you listen to me, my voice will be in the background whilst you drift off comfortably asleep, relaxing in your own way while you follow my voice and listen to this story. And you can drift more comfortably asleep as you continue listening, and each time you listen, you can sleep deeper and more sound and relax. And this story is The Cave Dive. And so I'm going to guide you on a journey about a diver who goes out to sea. And this diver goes out on a boat, leaves from the shore, and it's a rigid inflatable boat. And the diver turns on the engine and starts steering that boat out to sea with the buzzing sound of the engine in the background and the sloshing of the water and splashing of the wave. And every now and then the boat hits slightly bigger waves that it leaps over, almost like they're ramps. It goes up a wave and then splashes down, and goes up a wave and splashes down. And after a while, the diver turns off the motor, and the boat glides gently to a stop. And the diver drops down an anchor just to hold this boat in place. And from where the boat is, the diver gazes back towards the shore, and the shore's just on the horizon. And all the diver can hear here is the sloshing of the water against the boat, the odd sound of seabirds, a slight sea breeze, and just peace and calm. And the diver gets their diving gear They put the tanks on their back, put their weight belt round the middle, wearing their scuba gear. They put the face mask on and the goggles on. Take a couple of test breaths through the gear, just to make sure the scuba gear is working fine. Check the air level. Have one last look around at the ocean's surface, noticing its calmness, noticing the colour of the ocean, colour of the water, noticing the clarity of that water. Then the diver sits on the edge of the boat, holds their mask in place, and drops backwards with a splash. And as soon as the diver enters the water and goes underwater, the sound changes. There's the sound of bubbles just after the diver enters the water. There's the feeling of the water rushing across the body, rushing into the diver's suit. And there's a certain calmness, a certain quality to being underwater. And the diver turns themselves round so they can look down in the direction they're going. And they release some of the air from their jacket. And very gently, with the flippers on their feet, give a couple of kicks, and gracefully, calmly, with everything underwater seeming to move so slowly, almost like time slowing down. They swim down towards a dark area on the ground, towards a cave deep under the sea. And the diver swims down deeper and deeper, swims down deeper and deeper. And the deeper they swim, the darker everything begins to get. And gazing back from time to time, they can see the light at the surface, see the shimmering water sparkling as waves pass over, see different fish swimming around. And as they swim down deeper and deeper towards the bottom, they can notice different sea plants swaying in under the sea. They can notice how their breathing is slowing comfortably down, how they're breathing using their whole lungs, how they find the experience so relaxing as they go deeper and deeper. And then the diver reaches the hole and swims into that underwater cave. And as they swim into the cave, so the sound changes again. And the atmosphere changes again. Almost like the diver has taken themselves to a new level of calmness, a new level of peace. And the diver reaches out with a hand and touches the wall of the cave while they swim into the cave. And they can feel the water against their feet with each kick they give as they swim deeper and deeper into the cave. That's it. And the diver wanted to swim into this cave because there's something magical down here. And the cave seems to get narrower and narrower, and darker and darker. So the diver gets out its torch. The diver turns the torch on. And as the diver shines the torch around, they notice how the light bounces off the cave walls and bounces off the surface of the water, because the water has some pockets of air above it in places along this cave. Then the diver sees what they've been looking for. They see an opening into a cavern. They swim into that opening. Surface within that opening, shining their light around. And they see huge crystals, glistening and sparkling. They take their diving mask off, gaze around, breathe in that cave air. Air that very few people have breathed, because very few divers have ever entered this cave. And some of the crystals are as big as the diver. And there's purple crystals, pink crystals, milky white crystals, clear crystals, and really tiny crystals on the ceiling that glisten as the torchlight strikes them. There's the echoey sound in here as water drips from the cave roof into the water below. And the diver swims ashore, and there's a shoreline that looks almost like a beach that's sandy along the shore. And the diver goes out onto the shore and decides to relax on this shore. And there are some lights down here from previous dives that the diver can turn on. And as they turn on those lights, so the cave lights up. And the diver can see the vastness of the chamber they're in, and can see how crystal clear the water is, and hear the gentle sloshing as the waves lap on the shore. And the diver takes some time to just relax back and listen to that peace and quiet. There's no sounds of cars or aeroplanes or other people talking. There's no sounds of animals or wind. Just the faint sloshing of the water on the shore, and the occasional dripping of water dripping from the ceiling down into the water below. And the diver takes this time to really relax, gain some inner peace. This has become their sanctuary. This has become their place where they go, where they want to get away from things, where they want to find clarity of mind, want to relax, want to drift off asleep want to have that sense of peace. And then after a while, the diver decides it's time to leave the cave. So they get themselves ready again, walk back into that water, drop themselves under the water, and just enjoy floating for a while, floating, relaxing, drifting and dreaming for a while, before they find their way back out of the cave and swim their way back up to the boat, nice and slowly, nice and gently, taking plenty of time to swim back to the boat, and then taking time once they're back in the boat to just take a relaxed journey back to the shore. But they take their time swimming from the cave back up to the boat. They got plenty of air and they take all the time they need as you drift, dream and sleep. And drift off dreaming and sleeping now to the story as they slowly swim back to the boat, relaxing. So this is an adult bedtime story, and not only does it help you relax and fall asleep, but it also helps you learn to manage anxiety and helps you learn to overcome anxiety. So if you don't need to manage anxiety or overcome anxiety, then this will just be a relaxing adult bedtime story that will help you fall asleep. But if you do need that, then it will help you there as well. So take a moment to close your eyes while you listen to it. And with your eyes closed, you can begin to relax in your own way. And as you relax in your own way, listening to my voice, so you can begin to drift comfortably into a dream, having a sense of being out on a boat, being out on a small boat with a couple of other scuba divers. And you're out on this small boat and it's night time. Then you can look around and notice the stars in the sky twinkling away, looking up and seeing the Milky Way stretching from one side of the horizon right across the sky and down the other side. You can notice as you gaze up at the sky different colours and the occasional plane that flies over and the sparkling sound, the odd meteorite that you see pass overhead. And you can just relax on the boat as you're travelling to your dive site. And as you relax on the boat while travelling to the dive site, you can notice the feeling of the boat moving in the water, the feeling of the boat gently rocking up and down, moves through the waves. And there's some movement even though the water's really calm. And as the night continues on, and you continue to go towards that dive site, so you can notice the moon rising on the horizon, noticing how bright white shimmering light on the water. As you gaze off and you notice that bright white shimmering light dancing on the surface of the water, and you can see the waves moving and making light dance across the whole ocean. And occasionally you hear whales and dolphins breaching the surface as they come up for air, take a breath, blow out all their air, and dive back down again. And the air is cool and comfortable. Breathing that cool air in feels so refreshing, so relaxing, almost like breathing in some healing. And when you breathe out, it's like breathing out any tension. And then you breathe in some more healing. And breathe out the tension as you relax deeper and more comfortably. And you just enjoy the journey. Almost like the boat moving on the water reminds you on some level of being rocked gently to sleep as a baby. And there's something calming and comfortable about this journey on this boat. And you can hear the waves sloshing gently against the sides of the boat. Hear the background faint chatter, the other divers among themselves, while you're just busy relaxing with your eyes closed. Now, just taking in some of that fresh sea air, breathing that in, and relaxing. And just allowing that relaxation to help your shoulders relax, your neck muscles relax, the muscles around your face and head relax, the muscles down through your back, around your sides, down your chest, and down into your stomach. The muscles down all the way through your legs and your arms relax. Just resting on that boat, having a sense of relaxation. Just enjoying being in the moment. Not thinking about thoughts of the past or worrying about the future. Just being present in the moment. Thinking to yourself what a gift this moment is. Just enjoying being in the moment. And then, as the boat continues, you hear someone say that you're nearly at the dive site. And you've been looking forward to this dive for some time. And now, as the moon has risen a bit higher, you can notice how it lights up some clouds in the sky. And then at the dive site, they drop the anchor and you can hear the chain unwinding as the anchor drops deeper and deeper out of sight down into the ocean. Dropping deeper and deeper as the chain continues unwinding. And when the chain finishes unwinding, you know that the anchor has reached the bottom. Then you go and get your diving gear on. and the other divers get their diving gear on. And then you put the face mask on. You hold the mouthpiece in your mouth. Do a couple of breaths just to test it's all okay. Check your equipment. Give an okay signal. Sit on the edge of the boat, and then you allow yourself just to tip back into the water, splashing into the water with your back, and hearing the sound of bubbles as you sink through the water, and feel that weightlessness, and instantly feel your breathing calming, relaxing, as you start instinctively breathing with a diver's breathing, doing long, full breaths from deep in your stomach, breathing in and then breathing out, and hearing the bubble rise up beside you. And every now and then, as you move into the bubble, you feel a tickling sensation from the bubbles on the side of your face. And the water is a comfortable temperature. It's the kind of temperature where it almost feels like you're not even in water. And although it's night time, everything's crystal clear. And you've got your torch out. And you turn your torch on, and you wave the beam around, and you see the bottom, and you see a shipwreck down there. And you signal to the other divers to go ahead towards the shipwreck. And with effortless movements of your feet, you feel yourself propelled through the water, going deeper and deeper into the darkness, deeper and deeper down towards that shipwreck. And the boat above has some low noises coming from it. And the sound underwater is totally different to the sound at the surface. At the surface, you can hear wind, you can hear sloshing and choppy water bouncing on the boat. Down here, it's just peace and calm. Like everything's running at a different speed, more relaxed, giving you a sense of serenity as you start roaming around the shipwreck, having a sense of wonder, of curiosity, of intrigue. And you see the shipwreck has been here quite a while. There are already many colonies of plants and fish and aquatic life growing and living in and around the shipwreck. There, you swim inside the ship and you admire the wood. And you can hear the calming sound of the bubbles, of in-breath and out-breath. There. And you travel deeper and deeper into this ancient shipwreck. And you realize this shipwreck is many hundreds of years old. And you swim through this shipwreck. And you come out into what looks like a grand hall that was within this ship. and you see plates that look like they could just be cleaned up a little bit and put into a cupboard or served up on tables. You see sparkling cutlery that catches the light from your torch. And as you continue deeper into the ship, so you discover different treasures in the ship. You find glistening gold that looks as fresh and new today as when it landed on the bottom of the earth. Gold coins with unrecognizable faces. And you swim deeper and deeper into the ship before coming out of the other side of the ship, right at the bottom of the ocean. And while you just gaze around, moving your legs gently just to hover, keep yourself there, you notice something that looks man-made under the sand on the sea floor. And so you swim over and you signal to some of the other divers to swim over as well. And you notice that it's a statue, an ancient statue from an ancient civilization, and it doesn't look familiar. And you brush away a bit more of the sand, and you find the statue is just part of something larger, part of a whole community. It looks like there's a road and some statues. And so you swim along this underwater road, exploring where it's going to go. And you keep an eye on air level. Make sure you've got plenty of time and you can relax. And you swim along, and the road seems to start heading down, and so you follow it deeper and deeper, following it toward the underwater hill. Only when you arrive at the hill, you shine your torch on it, and the torch seems to pick out some glistening stone, almost like someone's implanted diamond dust in the stone. And you run your hand along that, and you swim around it. And then you find that there's an entrance, and that this is actually an ancient pyramid that for some reason is now deep under the sea. You've never heard of an ancient civilization in these parts, where you're currently diving. All you knew about was the shipwreck you were going to dive down to see. And so you decide you want to explore the pyramid, and you swim into the pyramid, swim through into the chamber. And then, following the tunnels inside the pyramid, you find a tunnel that's heading up at a 45-degree angle. You swim up in that tunnel and find what looks like a door. And you think there's no way you'd be able to move that door, because it's essentially just a giant stone slab. But when you touch it, it's almost like you barely touched it. And yet somehow it opened. It went in and then it slid along. And some of the water ran into the chamber, almost like sucking you up into that chamber. But it only filled the chamber a little way. So you opened that chamber without realizing that it wasn't flooded. And you swim into the chamber fully and realize that you can break the water's surface. And you don't know what the air will be like, but you take your mask off to find out. And you shine your torch around the walls, and the walls are glistening with gold, with bright artwork and symbols. And you feel a sense like somehow the artwork, the experience you're having, is teaching you something. Something that this ancient civilization knew, that you know deep down and fundamentally. And you see that at the far side of this chamber is another passage, and it's above the line where the water is flooded. So you climb out of the water. You walk across that bit of chamber, and you open the entrance to the passage. That's it. And you start making a journey deeper and deeper into the pyramid. You don't yet know what you'll find, but you're curious how long this pyramid has actually been underwater for. And if it's been underwater for a long time, it's very unlikely to have been looted. So you never know what you may find. And your footsteps echo as you walk down the corridor. You've taken off your flippers to help you walk better. And you feel a sense of excitement and wonder and curiosity. And then you find a tomb full of different artifacts made of different types of woods, metals, gold, silver. And you see what looks a bit like an Egyptian sarcophagus, only far more ancient. And you decide to just leave it as it is. You don't need to disturb whoever's in there. But you look around the walls, you take in the symbols, and you realise that some of it isn't just symbols, it's just drawings like you would draw or do artwork of key events. And you see animals on the walls, drawn that you've never seen before. And you see coastlines drawn on what looks like a map, some of which you recognise, but it's not quite in the right place. And then you find some evidence that looks like this is actually a different species of human. that left Africa and evolved a whole civilization. Many thousands of years before Homo sapiens left Africa and formed their civilization. And something obviously happened to this civilization. And based on the fact that this is a pyramid, and that it resembled the Egyptian pyramids, but was far older than the Mayan pyramid, and many other ancient civilizations' pyramids, and rituals, it seems like this civilization perhaps passed on some of those messages. And then you think back to the stories you'd heard about how the Egyptians used to talk about a traveller who arrived and gave them the knowledge of the gods, gave them the knowledge of building pyramids, the knowledge of what they need to do and that there's an afterlife. And you now think that it seems those travellers may have been this ancient race of hominids. And you take your camera out of its underwater casing and you take a few photos before putting it back in its case. And you explore a bit more around this pyramid. And you know you may never get a chance to come back here again. And so you finish up looking when you're ready, and you find your way back to where you came in. You put your diving gear back on properly, and your face mask back on. And you plop yourself down into the water and swim back out of the pyramid. And you don't know whether anyone else will have decided to venture to the pyramid to look around it or inside it. And you start swimming back, following that road, back towards the shipwreck. And as you swim, you can gaze up and you notice the way that the moonlight is flickering and dancing on the surface part of the water, making shards of moonlight dance just under the surface. And you can notice shoals of fish swimming and darting around within those shards of light. And then you notice this dark shadow move across your field of vision up near the surface. And you realise it's a great white shark. And you're excited by this, excited by the prospect of being in the water so close to such a great animal. And so you relax on the bottom, gazing up towards the surface, breathing calmly and softly, watching the shark as it circles around, as it swims along, so majestic and relaxed, seeming to swim so effortlessly. And then once the shark has swam around, you just watch as it swims off into the distance. And then you head back along the edge of the boat, back along the edge of that ship underwater. before starting to make your way up towards the surface. And you know you're going to be taking a long while making your way up to the surface. Once you stop at regular intervals and hold your position to make sure that you reach the surface safe and sound. And while you're holding your position, some dolphins come over, and one dolphin seems to hover itself just in front of your face. And it seems to be penetrating you with clicks and whistles, as if it's scanning you to figure out what kind of a person you are. And then it turns itself upside down at about your waist level. And you instinctively reach out and rub its belly. And it makes some clicks and whistles that you interpret as it's enjoying itself. And it seems to be remaining in that position. So it seems comfortable to be having done what's happening. And then it turns back over again and swims around you. And then it blows out a whistle and blows out a circular bubble. And as the bubble expands and expands, it swims and dives and splashes through that bubble, swimming up to the surface, breaching the surface, jumping clear out of the water, before gracefully dropping back into the water nose first again, and diving down to see you, almost like it wants your approval, as if it's also trying to size you up. And it swims around you and it rubs itself against you, in the same way that a cat or a dog might rub itself against you. And then you get the okay that you can rise up a bit higher in the ocean. So you rise up a bit higher, and the dolphin comes with you. And the dolphin continues to splash around you, be playful around you. And after some time, you make it to the surface. And while you're bobbing on the surface, so that dolphin continues to swim around you and want to play with you. It swims past you and seems to be trying to encourage you to hold on to its fin. And so you do hold on to its fin and relax and enjoy a fast ride around in a circle before it decides when to make you let go. And while you're bobbing on the surface, you hear the loud sound of a whale blowing out its air. And you see that a sperm whale has just surfaced quite near to you. And you're in awe of the size of that whale. And it doesn't seem to register that you're there. Doesn't seem to care at all that you're there. It just breaches the surface, lets out its air, before facing itself back down again and diving way down into the depth, thousands of meters lower than you've just been. And you just bob on the surface for a while you wait for the boat just to get a bit closer so that you can climb up and get out. And when you're out of the water, you get out of your scuba gear and you take some time to sit down, just gaze out over the sea, just enjoy watching that dolphin, the other dolphins, play in the sea, clearly visible in the moonlight, jumping high out of the water and landing on their back, jumping out the water, doing flips, and going nose first back into the water without hardly a splash. Then you find, by watching nature, by watching these dolphins, by watching whales when they breach, let their air out and dive deep again, you find this so relaxing, and thoughts become relaxing, and thoughts relax you. And you know it's a long journey back to the shore. And so you find a small bed on the boat to settle down on. And while you settle down in that small bed, so your mind wanders to interesting stories, almost like long lost memories of ancient lives, of this ancient civilization. And you fall asleep, imagining the ancient civilization, imagining its culture, what it looked like, how they dressed, where they lived, trying to piece together this information from the photos you took and from what you learned, and realizing the importance of your breathing and having control over that calm, relaxed breathing is a key component of diving successfully. And so you mentally rehearse and you drift off to sleep and imagine different scenarios, different settings, and wonder what the future will hold for your discovery, looking forward to coming out again, to go on that dive. As you listen to this and begin to drift comfortably asleep, so my voice can go with you in the background, and you don't have to pay any real attention to my voice as you drift comfortably asleep. My voice can just be there in the background. And so you can take a moment to close your eyes and begin to relax. And as you begin to relax, you can have a sense of lying on a tropical beach on some white, beautiful sand. And the sun is just beginning to set in the distance, and the sand is still warm, and you can feel the warmth of the sand in your fingers when you reach and touch that sand. You can feel the sensation of the grains of sand on your hand, the sensation of the grains of sand flowing through your fingers, and notice how the sand just below the surface is so wonderful and cool as it just flows through your fingertips. And as you relax on this beach, with the light taking on a beautiful hue. You can notice the calm lapping of the water on the shore, crystal clear water on the shore. You can notice the bird sounds changing in the distance as the sun slowly begins to set. And you can notice way off over the horizon the tops of some storm clouds. Way off across the ocean, over that horizon, you notice those storm clouds and some flickering light. And notice how there is just silence, how none of the sound from that storm is reaching the beach. You just gaze over there and there's silence. You find that very mesmerizing, compelling, as you gaze over there at those clouds with the dancing light, the other side of the water, where here that water is so calm and still. Here the air is so calm and still. Here, there is just peace, calmness, stillness. There. And the water is just so gently lapping on the shore. And there's that storm without a sound off in the distance. And you notice as the sun sets the way that the light of the sun glistens and sparkles and shimmers and shines on the surface of the water. You notice the stretching of the shadows, and you begin to notice the sounds of crickets in the distance and other nighttime sounds while the birds begin to go to sleep, while monkeys begin to go to sleep, while other animals begin to go to sleep. And how the air temperature changes just slightly, gets slightly cooler, and you can breathe that fresh air in. And you notice as the sun sets that some stars appear in the sky, and that other than that storm way over there in the distance, the sky where you are is perfectly clear. And you light a little fire on the beach to just keep you warm as the sun sets. You can notice the dancing flame, crackling sound of the wood, that smell of a bonfire. And you can feel mesmerized by the dancing flames and gaze off, listening to that crackling. And as minutes turn into hours and the sun has set below the horizon, you can notice there's still a glow where the sun's just below the horizon. And you notice as the hours move on how that storm has moved slightly closer. You can now see some of the lightning strikes striking the water way off in the distance. As you see thousands of flashes of light happening over there, and yet there's still silence from that direction. And you notice as the flashes strike the water, that the water glows and lights up, and that light dances on the surface of the water. You can see how that storm in the distance is a bit closer than it was, but it's still heading across in front of the island rather than towards you, and so you know it's going to pass you by as you just watch that storm off in the distance out to sea. And as you lie there on that beach, by that fire, on that golden, beautiful white sand, it seems to be reflecting that golden light of the fire there. As the sun's now fully set below the horizon, you can gaze at the blanket of stars above you. And you have a little shelter on the beach by the fire to tuck yourself into that'll keep you warm and dry and safe, whatever the weather. And you have the most comfortable sleeping bag, and you tuck yourself inside your shelter, listening to the crackling fire, gazing out over that storm, just taking in the moment. That's it. And after a while, as you see that storm now passing off the other side, back off into the distance, having passed by in front of you, you can begin to fall asleep. And as you fall asleep, you try to keep your eyes open for a while, just keeping an eye on that fire as it burns down to embers, as you fall asleep comfortably, before your eyes just close and you fall asleep comfortably. Awakening in the morning, feeling refreshed to the sounds of birds, the sounds of the ocean. And although the fire looks like it's out now, there's still some warmth coming off that fire, and you feel refreshed. You've awoken nice and early and you feel refreshed. And you exit your shelter and walk in that sand, feeling the sand beneath your feet, breathing in that fresh air, feeling the warmth of the early morning sun, taking a moment to walk down to the shore, to walk down to the water's edge, and noticing what it feels like, how the sand changes as you walk closer to the water's edge, and that sand is more damp, and then walking into the water, and noticing the feeling of the water around your feet, and that sloshing sound as you walk through the water. And then you walk a little deeper into the water, up to about your waist height, and lower yourself in and just begin to swim. And you feel that water around your neck, around your chin. As you push through the water with your arms and kick through the water with your legs. And swim for a while, enjoying that floating weightlessness, the warmth of the water, the smell of the water, the warmth of the morning sun as it begins to rise, noticing the blue of the sky, sounds around you, what it feels like to be swimming in this water. That's it. And then after having a swim for a while, you exit the water, noticing the coolness now because of your wet skin. But as you dry out quickly in the sun, you walk up the beach and you restart that fire. You make yourself some breakfast. And you take some time to enjoy your breakfast while you enjoy being one with nature, being out here, listening to the world around you, feeling the world around you, seeing the world around you, and then starting a day, going exploring, climbing some trees, having a wander around. And as the day begins to turn to night, so you begin again to go back to your little camp, make sure the fire is lit, and get into your shelter. And as the evening draws on, so you snuggle down in the shelter, wrapped up warm and comfortable, and allow yourself to drift comfortably off asleep. That's drifting comfortably off asleep. This is a bedtime story to help you fall asleep comfortably, and as well as helping you fall asleep, this story can also be used to help you move on with grief. It can help to work through the grieving process comfortably and fully, and it'll support that. But if you don't need help to work through the grieving process, then this will just be a bedtime story that will help you relax and fall asleep. So you can take a moment to close your eyes as you listen to me. And with your eyes closed, so you can begin to have your breathing start to change. You can begin the process of drifting off to sleep. And as you begin the process of drifting off to sleep, so I will talk in the background. There's a man who worked on a farm, and he'd ran this farm for decades, as his father had done before him, and his father before him, back many generations. And he was proud of this farm. And sometimes there would be harsh winters, and sometimes crops wouldn't do so well. Other times there would be an abundance of crops. And the farmer worked really hard on his farming. And there was a tree in the farmer's garden. And he loved this tree. Many years earlier, the tree was planted with his dad. They dug the hole together. And they dropped in a seed, filled the hole in with mud, packed it all down, watered it. And he was only a boy at the time. And so although it was his job to look after the tree and to help this seed grow, he'd keep forgetting, but his dad wouldn't, and his dad kept on going out every day, watering that mud. And then after a while, the tiniest little shoot appeared above the surface of the mud. And the dad continued to water that area. And he nurtured that little shoot. And he helped it to grow. And it grew larger and larger before one day it was large enough to actually cool a sapling. And he continued looking after it, continued watering it. And after a few months, it was growing quite well. And within 6 months to a year, he didn't need to keep going out and watering it. It was growing well enough on its own. And over the years, that tree grew up big and strong. And when his father ended up dying, he set up a bench near the tree so that he could sit in his father's shadow. And being in his father's shadow, in the tree's shadow, he would feel almost like the shadows hugging him. And every single day, he'd come out and sit under the tree. And think about his father. And then after a few years, he occasionally found that he'd miss a day or two because of other commitments. And you feel a bit bad about this, and so at these times, he would then spend a bit longer when he does sit under the tree. And now, a number of years later, he still thinks of his father every day. But a number of years later, the tree is beginning to wither. And he keeps trying to do what he can to save the tree. But everything he tries just seems to make no difference. And so he continues to try to save this tree every single day. And the tree continues to wither. And eventually the tree reaches the point where it needs cutting down so it doesn't fall on anyone or hurt anyone. But he's reluctant to cut it down because it was his father's tree. And after a while, he agrees it needs cutting down, so he cuts it down. And he continues having a bench near the stump. And he creates a little area where himself and his family can sit around, and he turns the stump into the base of a table. Then he gets some more benches. So that he now has a family table in the middle of the garden, where him and his family can enjoy creating memories, where he can help create memories for his children. And he still misses his father. But his children ask him, what was Grandad like? And his smile, his face lights up while he explains to them what Grandad was like, and recounts stories, and their face lights up in return. And the farmer realizes that his dad is still alive within him. And that as long as he has the memories, then people live beyond death. And the farmer gets to work on his farm one day. He's not a huge fan of technology. So he gets to work with an old-fashioned horse and plough, walking along behind the horse, keeping the plough on track as it churns up the mud. And he spends most of the day with that plough churning up the mud, preparing the field for planting crops. And then he follows a horse with a new attachment on his back, holding it on track while it plants seeds, churning some soil up over the top of the seeds, over the crop. And they have some problems with birds coming and trying to get the seeds before they have a chance to settle in. But he has a couple of pet cats which enjoy running around the farm. And they never actually catch the bird. They're the kind of cat that's not particularly interested in the actual catching of the bird. They're interested in the chase. And so he gets his cats out to his field, And they spend the day just running around, having fun, chasing the birds as the birds land, making the birds take off again. And then in the evening they feel like they've earned a good meal. They come back to the farmhouse, settle down, and get given some nice fresh food to enjoy. And as the seasons move forward, so the farmer notices the crops growing up, getting larger and larger. And there's rain that comes, and there's sun. Then he goes out and harvests the crop. Some he keeps for himself and his family, others he takes into town and sells. And as the seasons continue, the nights begin to get shorter, the weather and temperature begins to cool down. All the plants begin to set in for the winter. It looks like they're all dying as they lose their leaves and are no longer bright and colourful. And frost comes and snowfall comes, and the ground turns rock solid. And the farmer and his family live off of their crop and buy some other items as well. And the farmer knows there's not a lot he can do with farming during the winter. So during the winter he finds fun things to do with his family. He takes the kids out on sledges, drags them around in the snow. They set up big snow forts and have snowball fights, normally kids versus parents. And the kids love creating armies of snow people. And they enjoy the winter together, because the farmer's aware that come spring his work starts picking up and he has to work hard. And so after the winter, spring starts coming around. The sun starts rising early, setting a little later. The weather begins to warm up. And the farmer's aware this is the time of new life. The spring well and truly sets in. Insects come out, butterflies, bees. Many birds appear. Birds he hasn't seen since the previous year. And as spring moves forward, so the farmer sees numerous baby animals, baby ducklings, baby foxes, different baby birds. And as the season continues and moves into summer, so there's an explosion of colour and warmth. And everything feels so good. And the farmer has to work hard, he has to work from dawn till dusk every day. Things grow so quickly during this period of time. Just like every year, summer moves into autumn. And with autumn, the bees and the birds, the butterflies, begin to be seen less and less. Young animals are seen less and less because they've grown up more and they're going back and heading off to different places. The leaves start turning golden brown. And some morning, the farmer wakes up and there's a chill in the air. As winter's approaching. And on the one hand, the farmer's sad that the summer's over and that winter's approaching. Because it's such a nice happy time. On the other hand, the farmer's happy because he gets to join in the fun with his family. All spring, all summer. His family have fun times together while he works hard. Now he gets to enjoy the fun times with his family. And then during winter again, the farmer enjoys time with his family. They have the most beautiful meal, great smell, smiling, laughing, noise of a family home. And the farmer's aware that one day the children will grow up and leave home. And in these 4 walls it'll all go quiet. It'll just be him and his wife. And he'll miss his children not being there. But he's aware, because he grows up on a farm and has lived on a farm his whole life, that things always change and move. And he's aware that never mind how far away his children travel, and what they get up to in their lives, any time he thinks about them, he can smile, be brought pleasure by the memories of the time they've had together before they left home. And he's aware that his kids will miss him too. And his table outside in the back garden will feel a quiet, lonely place to sit. But whenever he sits at that table, he feels a sense of calmness, of serenity, of pleasure. Different thoughts and memories that make him feel happy come into his mind. And so whenever he just wants to have that feeling, that sense of peace and calmness and serenity, all he has to do is sit down at that table. And he'll sit down at that table with a drink, and just enjoy being with memories of fun times with family. There are times his children will visit, and he wouldn't change the life of being a farmer for anything in the world. He knows it's hard work. He knows there's unpredictable things that happen. He knows that sometimes crops don't grow. Other times too many crops grow and he can't get rid of them all. He knows it's long and hard work. But he also knows it's all worth it. And you can drift comfortably and relax to sleep, just as the farmer every night enjoys lying down with his wife and comfortably drifting off to sleep in the knowledge of what he has. This is an adult bedtime story to help you fall asleep comfortably. So only listen to this when you can pay it your full attention, when you won't be disturbed, when you can close your eyes and relax deeply. And it's best to listen with headphones, but you can drift off to sleep without headphones if you like. So when you're ready, just get yourself comfortable and close your eyes and begin to listen to me talking in the background. And as I talk to you and tell you this adult bedtime story, so you can drift deeper and deeper asleep in your own way. And I don't know whether it'll be the words that I say that help you fall asleep, or whether it'll be the way that I say the words that help you drift comfortably and deeply asleep. And you don't have to give that any thought. You can just listen and follow along. And have a sense that you're rowing down a river through a rainforest. And you've got a boat that you're sitting on. And you can hear each stroke of the oars as they hit the water. And you can feel the change in pressure as they hit the water compared to when they're passing through the air. And you can have a sense of cycling your arms forward as you push water back. Bring your arms back as you move the oars forward. And then cycling your arms forward as you push the water back again. And hearing that slight sloshing sound as the oars push into the water. And hearing the sound of the splashing as they raise out of the water. And feeling the slight speed changes as the boat increases in speed each time you push the oars through the water, and the breeze on your face, hearing the sounds of the jungle around you, the sounds of monkeys, of birds, of rustling leaves, and feeling the warmth in the jungle. And after some time rowing along the river, you decide to pull over to the riverbank. You see what looks like an old path. There's not much that gives away that it's a path. But you know, as an expert, that there was a path there in the past. So you pull over, you row your boat up slightly onto the shore, and hear it scraping and sliding on the slightly gravelly shore as it beaches itself. And then the sound of putting your oars down inside the boat before you climb out onto the shore. And although it looks like there was a path here, you still have to hack your way through because it's still quite dense and overgrown. So you swing your machete, you hack your way through, before eventually you find a clearing. And in that clearing you notice there are some ruins. They're very overgrown, there's ivy all over them, there's moss all over them. There's trees growing out of steps, there's trees growing out of buildings. There's monkeys and birds flying around. And you notice that this used to be a vast, ancient city. You don't know where everyone went. You don't know why the city has ended up deserted. And you don't know what purpose this city served, what kind of city it was. But you start exploring and you find symbols on the walls. And you're curious by the large, stepped pyramid structure off in the distance at the far end of this city. So although you are exploring the rest of this lost city, you're mainly heading towards that large pyramid. And so you walk deeper and deeper into the city, heading towards that pyramid. And when you arrive at the pyramid, you start to walk around the base of it. You don't know if it's always been a stepped pyramid, or whether it used to have sides on it, making it smooth. And you walk around and you try and find a way in, and you can't see an entrance. So you climb up onto the first step, which is almost as high as you are. And you walk around the pyramid on this first step. And halfway round the side of the pyramid, you see some symbols. And when you reach forward and use your hand to wipe the moss away and remove the vines that are covering the symbols, your touch on that bit of the pyramid seems to open a secret passage. So you walk into that secret passage to explore the pyramid, and it's dark inside. And you notice some wooden torches on the ground that just need the ends lit, and you decide that you'd rather light one of those torches and use your normal battery-powered torch. You've always dreamt of being an explorer. And so you like this idea of having some authenticity to the experience, rather than just a bright, modern-day torch. You'll use the old flame-on-a-stick torch. So using a lighter, you light the end of the torch and hear a whoosh as the flame lights, and you walk into the pyramid. You walk down this dark, narrow passageway, going deeper and deeper into the pyramid. And you can notice the orangey flickering lights around the walls, the reflection and the flickering light from the torch. And you continue walking deeper and deeper into the pyramid. And it begins to seem a bit like a maze. You take a left turning, then another left, then a right, then a left, then a left, then a right, then a left, before noticing the only route left is a right. And because that's the right route to take, because it's the only one left, you take that right route, turning right. Before then finding some steps that are going down deeper into the pyramid. So you walk down those steps, and you can hear each footstep echoing. And you can notice the change in air pressure as you walk. And occasionally there seems to be some wind inside the pyramid, because you can notice the torch flickering as the air passes over it. And when you've walked down those stairs, you find a large chamber, so large that the torchlight doesn't reach the ceiling or any of the other walls, other than the wall beside where you've just entered. And so you walk into this large chamber, unable to see in the distance in any direction, slightly concerned about whether you'll easily be able to find your way back out. You're confident that at worst, you'll be able to just find a wall and follow the wall all the way round until you get to the exit again. But for now, you're too busy wanting to go deeper and deeper exploring inside the pyramid. After a while searching in the pyramid, searching through this room, it seems to be a very empty chamber. And you don't really understand why. You don't really understand why this chamber was built so large and so empty. Maybe it was due to be used and just wasn't used yet. You were unsure. And eventually you get to the other side of the pyramid, you get to the other side of this chamber, and you see a narrow passageway which you squeeze through, and then there are some steps to your left, heading all the way down even deeper, and they're very steep steps. So you follow those steps. And in your mind it's almost like you count down the steps, because you don't want that experience on the way back of accidentally missing a step and stumbling at the top. And you walk down really carefully and slowly, because it's really steep, and so it's not easy to see the steps beneath your feet. And you don't want to thud your foot down thinking there's another step when there isn't. So every step you take very slowly and carefully. Step 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you find yourself in a chamber which is really quiet. It's almost like there's no echo in this chamber. Everything is mute and muffled. There's a certain comfortable warmth to this chamber. And again, your light doesn't reach across to any of the walls, so you just have to walk. And you walk your way to the middle of the room. And then as you get to the middle of the room, you hear a certain kind of clicking noise, almost as if something was turned on. And all of a sudden, in the middle of the room, is a blue holographic person appearing. And they're dressed in robes, and they have a headdress on. And they start talking to you, and somehow you seem to understand them, and you don't know how they know how to talk to you, or who they are, or how an ancient race has managed to build a holographic projector inside a pyramid. You can't see how the projector's working. There seems to be no light shining from anywhere else in the room. Just a hologram right in the middle of the room, as if it's just appeared independently of anything else. There doesn't seem to be any kind of projection. And the hologram starts talking to you and starts telling you about wisdom, wonder, secrets of the ancient races. Races that came from space, that shared a little of their culture with early humans on Earth. But they couldn't interfere too much in human development, in human progress. If they'd gone to these early humans and just given them technology thousands of years more advanced than they were at, they would have been able to eventually figure out how to use that technology, and they could have been taught. But it would have transformed the flow of development, which would have stifled their growth and their ability to fully understand and grasp what they had, because they wouldn't have worked up to it. It's a bit like someone doing a maths test and just being given all the answers, rather than giving them time to learn how to work out those answers for themselves. And they apparently left some of these holograms behind that could only be triggered by certain technological advances. So someone checking the room who wasn't advanced enough to be able to understand what they're being told wouldn't trigger the hologram. It's only when society reached a certain level that the hologram would present itself. And the holographic person revealed all about where in space they came from, how far they travelled, how they survived between the stars, how it took them many generations to get from their world to Earth, and that they became an exploratory race. But when a group of them left their planet, they knew that they would never return. So a select number of people who committed themselves to knowing that, a select number of this race, set off and regularly beamed back information about their discoveries. But the further from their homeworld they got, the longer it took for signals to reach that homeworld. And as they'd been travelling for centuries, generations had passed. And then when they'd been travelling for thousands of years, they'd begun to evolve into something different to their old race. Something more suited for life in space. So they had to land on planets and wear spacesuits to protect and support their bodies, which weren't used to the gravity on any planet at all. They had very little strength, but they'd increased in height. As if being in space had elongated them. And they sought wisdom and knowledge about development. And they tried to generally just observe different species, different planets. But sometimes they'd be seen as gods. And there was something about a certain age of being that made that possible. Beings that didn't understand the world around them, didn't think they were gods, but beings that had reached an evolutionary stage where they would try and understand the world around them, would interpret these beings that came down from space as being gods, and would then worship them. And this being explained all this before vanishing, almost like vanishing in a puff of smoke. And once the being had shared all its wisdom, you then found your way back the way you came, worked your way back out of this room, up the set of stairs, back through the next chamber, and then out of the pyramid, continuing to explore this land, continuing to explore the ruins, and absorbing all that you've been taught, all that you've learned, your inner wisdom. And because it was getting late, you decided to set up a tent among the ruins, set up a campfire, make yourself something to eat on the campfire, and sitting in your tent, having a drink, eating the food you prepared on your campfire, gazing up at the stars, wondering which star that being came from, and where those beings are now. And watching and listening to the crackling fire.
before heading into the tent, settling down for the night and falling asleep. Now, this is an adult bedtime story about a lost kingdom. So as you listen to me, you can begin to drift comfortably asleep. And while you drift comfortably asleep, so I'll just talk in the background. And my voice can just drift off in the background and guide you as you follow the story. And while you drift asleep, just allow your eyes to comfortably close and make sure you're comfortable in bed at the moment. And one day you go out on a large research ship. You go out into the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. It's many days and nights journey out to the middle of the Atlantic Ocean on this ship. As you survey as you go, and you have a whole team with you doing different science research. And then after a number of days and nights of bobbing up and down on the ocean to giant waves, you find a legendary calm spot in the ocean. And part of what you're here to study is why this one specific spot, which is only about a mile wide, seems to always remain totally calm, while the water around it can be rough and choppy. But somehow any waves seem to cancel out at the border of this mile-wide circle of water. And the sky above this spot always seems to remain cloudless. And there seems to be no current directly beneath this section. Because one theory was that perhaps there's a weird current, maybe currents from other places, meet in this one location, push against each other and cancel each other out. But if they do that, there's literally no current. The water is totally still in this location. And so the plan is to get into a submarine and be lowered down by the boat about a mile under the ocean. And you get lowered down by the boat and you untether from the boat and lower yourself down to the bottom of the ocean in this area, while the boat will travel around the area, surveying, using different techniques to gain as much information about this area as possible. And so you get into the submarine. And the first thing you notice is how small the space is in the submarine. It feels snug and perfectly comfortable. And there are windows all around you, and computer screen controls that seem slightly too low to easily reach. But when you sit into the chair, you can just about reach them all. But they keep out the way of much of the window. You have a colleague who gets into the submarine with you. And then the door gets shut on the roof. And it sounds like an airlock as it's being closed. And then you hear a crackly voice on the radio asking if you're ready for launch, and you reply to let them know you are. And then you feel a jolt as the crane holding the submarine starts moving. And then another jolt as it lifts you up off the deck of the boat. And while up, you notice a slight feeling of swinging. Just a very light swinging feeling as you're off the surface. And through the windows you can see the boat moving off to the side as the crane swings you round out over the water. And then the crane starts lowering you down towards the water. And even though you've got thick walls between you and the outside, you can hear the low rumbling of the crane. It lowers you down towards the water. And there's a thud as the submarine hits the surface of the water, and it rocks on the water, before starting to lower beneath the waves. And as it lowers, the water rises up the window. And when the water's about halfway up the window, the submarine starts bobbing up and down slightly. And the crane releases, and you see the arm of the crane going back to the boat. And you hear some beeping coming from the controls, and the sonar beeping. And you check all the controls are okay. You check that everything is okay with the submarine. And you get asked if you're ready to proceed down. You acknowledge that you are. You flick a switch, and then the submarine begins to lower, letting out some bubbles as it starts its descent, lowering and lowering deeper and deeper into the ocean. And you're aware this is going to be a long trip, deeper and deeper into the ocean. And it descends slowly, and all you can do is just gaze out the windows while it's descending, and just check the controls, make sure everything's going smoothly. You gaze out the windows and you see fish and sharks and other sea creatures. While you're still quite close to the surface, it's quite bright and lit up, incredibly clear water here, and you can see for a long distance all around you. And it continues to descend. It gets darker, but when you look upwards you can see the shimmering of the surface and shards of light dancing under the sea. and shoals of fish and other animals swimming among the light rays. And when you look down, it's just black and dark. And you continue descending, and you can hear the rumble of the motor as the submarine descends deeper and deeper into the abyss. And the submarine continues its journey down. When you check all controls and all systems, everything's working perfectly fine, you continue your descent. After about 3/4 of an hour of descending, looking up, you can't see anything, it's just black. Looking down, you can't see anything, it's just black. You turn on your lights of the sub. They're incredibly powerful, but they seem to be eaten by the inky blackness. You see the occasional flash of light and movement. You can't quite see what's making the flash of light and movement, but you know there are many creatures down here who create their own light. And then after a few hours, you start to see the bottom approaching you, and it's a pure white, soft looking bottom. Almost like pure white sand, but without being able to touch it, you don't know for sure. And it's incredibly calm, and as you approach it, so your sub motors churn up some of that white, soft sediment. And you hover just a metre or two from the bottom. And you turn off the motor and just let it hover there. You've got the buoyancy just right. And when you do so, you have some beeping coming from the inside. And the occasional noise like distant whales travel through the boat, through this submarine. But other than that, it's incredibly peaceful and quiet, with very little movement outside. And you scan the area, trying to find out what's so special with this place. And there doesn't seem to be anything special according to your scan. But somehow the water is still here. And then you do a scan, looking for magnetic fields, and you pick up a magnetic field that seems unusual. Coming from some nearby outcrop of rocks. So you pilot the sub over to those rocks to explore further. And as you arrive there, you notice, while going around the rocks, there's a really powerful magnetic field coming from these rocks. And there's a cave heading into the rock. And your colleague is keen to point out that it wouldn't be sensible to go into the cave, but you're aware of how long you can stay down for in the submarine. And you see it as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So you pilot the submarine into the cave. And you follow the cave system. And it's incredibly wide, almost like these rocks, which are a bit like almost underwater mountains inside. They're virtually hollow. And so you follow the system. And then you notice something unusual. You're in somewhere that should be pitch black. And the lights on the sub should be the only light source, and yet, in the distance, you can see light. And you wonder whether it's reflection, somehow from your light, maybe on a certain surface, or something in the distance, and you head towards it. And it heads upwards, and so you follow it upwards, and you start ascending within this cave. And as you're starting to ascend, you notice what looks like a flat surface, like the surface of the ocean. But it can't be because it's in a cave. And so you ascend, and then find that it does break the surface. And you look up through the windows of the sub, and you can see just blackness way up above you, like there's plenty of space way above you. And yet there's light, almost like daylight, off in front of you. Looking like there's a cave tunnel that leads towards that daylight. And being curious, you decide to exit the sub, and your colleague says they'll stay where they are, keep an eye on the sub, and be there to collect you when you come back. And you notice that the air in here is breathable and seems fresh. And your colleague pilots the sub as close to the land as possible, and you jump across and land on the edge of the tunnel. And you follow the tunnel towards the light, and as you follow it and you turn a corner, you suddenly see this vast world open up before you. There's like giant hillsides or mountainsides around the outside near you. And it's like you've just come out of a cave halfway up a mountain. And before you, you can see what looks like a vast rainforest. And you're just above the tree line. And then distance, you can see a river, you can see a lake. And it appears like you've appeared in a valley. And you see what looks like birds flying around. You wonder how this can be. You're over a mile under the sea. How can there be birds flying around? How can there be a forest? How can this be lit up? As if it's a forest on the surface of the air. And you check your radiation detector and it's detecting a higher level of radiation than you previously were exposed to. And you realise that somewhere way up in the roof of this cave system is dense radioactive elements that are glowing brightly. That's generating the brightness almost as bright as the sun from when you're on the earth, on the surface. And it's generating heat. And there's so much of it on the roof of this cave system. That it's generating heat throughout the cave system. It's generating weather. It's generating light. And the energy that it's pumping out is being used by all these plants and animals. And you don't know how it ended up like this, how it could have ended up like this, how these kind of plants and animals could end up under the ocean. And that's something to study and figure out for another day. You're just so intrigued, you want to climb down and explore. And so you climb down the mountain and notice these plants don't look like anything you've seen before. When you go to grab hold of the vines on your journey down, some of them seem to pull away from you, almost as if they're conscious and aware of you grabbing hold of them. And you get to the floor and you can hear different noises that you're sure are the noises of animals as you walk around this lost world. And you notice that the birds you saw aren't birds, they're like flying lizards. And there are tiny little animals, tiny little mammals running around all over the place, climbing trees, jumping and almost flying from one tree to another with flaps of skin between their legs. There are colourful lizards that look almost like parrots. There are lizards that look like they have 4 wings. There are lizards that look like they have stretches of skin on their arms and legs, but when they jump and stretch their arms and legs out, create wings that they can fly with and flap, a bit like bats. And you hear some rumbling and thudding, and you continue to explore. And as you explore and walk around, aware that you're probably the only person who has ever seen this place, you notice a long-necked, khaki-coloured dinosaur eating leaves. And then you see there's another one and another one. There's a whole herd of them. And then everything goes still. And so you climb a tree, curious why everything's gone still, while the animals have stopped making sounds, why the herbivores have stopped eating, stopped chewing, and have just frozen. Then you hear the sound of an out breath, a really powerful snort out. And you look at where you think that sound came from, stare really intently, trying to figure it out. And you see what looks like a giant eye, before suddenly a mottled brown, carnivorous, heavily toothed dinosaur that resembles a T-Rex comes bursting out from the tree line across a meadowed area towards the giant long-necked herbivores, and they start running and knocking down trees as if they're matchsticks. And the T-Rex-like creature lunges at one of the small herbivores, probably a young herbivore, manages to get its neck and get it to the ground and pin it down, and the others just keep running. And after about 30 seconds, it's like it's all over with. The T-Rex-like creature has its meal, and the others are carrying on eating, like nothing at all has happened. And then you head down to the river and you follow that river. And you wonder, curiosity, what could be in the river. You don't want to get too close, just in case there's anything dangerous to you. But you want to watch and notice. And you see animals on the surface. You see flies, other insects, and dragonflies. And you suspect that down here, all this plant life generates a huge amount of oxygen. And so everything can grow huge down here. And then you see long-necked dinosaurs under the water. And you head to the lake and see them swimming out into the lake. And you smile with the thought that it's a bit like Nessie. And so you watch those swimming dinosaur-looking creatures for a while. And after a while you decide it's time to head back to the sub. And so you take your time to very carefully, knowing what's out here now, find your way back towards the sub. You take a number of photos, sure that most people probably won't believe you when you tell them what you've seen down here. And you head back to the sub, you head back, climbing back up that mountain, back to the cave entrance. And you're aware that somehow this ecosystem seems to work, seems to exist. And the only thing stopping it interacting with the outside world is nothing would be able to make it up to that cave. And anything that could get into the cave wouldn't be able to swim out of the cave into the open ocean. And even if it swam to the open ocean somehow, it would be over a mile under the water and it would get crushed and wouldn't make it to the surface. And you wonder whether somehow the dense radioactive material that makes up the inside of these mountains here, these hollow mountains, whether that radioactive material somehow is influencing currents, somehow perhaps has so much warmth, so much heat it's generating. Molten iron maybe is generating a magnetic field which penetrates to the surface and circles around, and maybe that's such a strong magnetic field, or maybe there's a certain resonance that works almost like a force field, protecting and preventing water from bubbling around and having waves within that magnetic field. And it was just a hypothesis, but it's more to explore in the future. So you get back in the submarine, you tell your colleague what you discovered, you show the photos. When you show the photos of the large dinosaur attacking the long-necked dinosaur, your colleague decides, even though they're very curious, they're not that curious that they'd want to face running the risk of being eaten by one of them. And you find your way back out of the cave system and back into the open ocean before taking a number of hours to very slowly and relaxed ascend to the surface. And you ascend to the surface on autopilot, and as you do, you take that time to recline back, because you know it has to ascend at a certain speed. It's going to take hours. And you recline back, put on a face mask, some headphones to make everything quiet, and you drift comfortably asleep. So take a moment to let your eyes close. Make sure you're comfortable. And just begin to drift along to the sound of my voice. And as you drift along comfortably to the sound of my voice, I'll just be talking to you in the background. And while I talk to you in the background, you can just drift off to sleep comfortably in your own way. And as you drift off to sleep comfortably, you may be aware of the sound of my voice or other sounds from time to time. And other times you may have your attention just drift off and become absorbed inside. And at some point during the story, you can just find yourself asleep. And you don't have to know exactly how you find yourself asleep. It can happen automatically all by itself. So just have a sense of arriving at a library. And this is a grand and ancient library. And as you arrive at this library, you walk into the entrance hall and you gaze around. You see the vast, grand space. You see books everywhere. You have that smell of old books. You see there are some areas with newer books, and many areas with really old books. And as you search, you notice that there are some books up behind cases to stop people touching them too much. And so you begin to walk around the library. You notice the dull sound of each footstep on the carpeted areas of the floor. Maybe there are some uncarpeted areas where your footsteps echo. But the echoes quickly disappear as they reach those books and the padding the book gives to the room. And so as you walk around this library, you walk past all the new books. You perhaps go up to another level and you walk past the books that are reasonably old, and you head to the section with the oldest books, and you scan the sides of the books. You look at the spines of the books, and you notice very few of them say what the book is on the spine. And you find a book you just feel drawn to. There's something about the spine, something about the look of that book that helps you feel drawn to that book. And you pick that book off the shelf. And you feel a bit like a child again for some reason, as you take that book and you find somewhere to sit. And you sit on the ground and you cross your legs. And the book turns out perhaps to be larger than you at first thought. And you open up that book. And the book somehow conveys magic. And you don't realize this at first. You just open up that book. And you get that old book smell wafting out of the book. And you start to read. And you read along that first sentence. You read along the second sentence. You read along the third sentence. And after a minute or so, you finish that first page. You start reading the second page, and the third and the fourth. And something strange begins to happen. The story starts talking about being in a magical, mystical, ancient land. It starts talking about being in an old desert. And it's talking about a city on the edge of an old desert with an old culture. And while you read, you notice you begin to feel a bit warmer. And as you continue to read, you begin to notice sounds coming from around you. Sounds of instruments you don't recognize. Sounds of walking and movement. You begin to hear sounds as if somehow the sounds that are written about in the book are here in the real world with you. And you continue to read page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. You become more absorbed in the book. Page 9, page 10, becoming deeper and deeper absorbed in the book. Page 11, page 12, becoming so deeply absorbed in the book. And the more absorbed in the book you become, the more you hear. It's as if you begin to have glimpses out the corner of your eye of that world. But when you look up from the pages, you're just sat on the floor in the library. And by the time you reach page 20, when you look up, you find that just as the first chapter's ending and the second chapter's beginning, so a whole new chapter seems to be beginning for you. You find that you're in this ancient land and the library seems to have disappeared. And you pick up the book, you close it, you put it under your arm, and you start walking around. You start exploring this land. You can see animals and people bustling around, hear different sounds, feel the warmth of the sun and dry air as you explore. And while you explore, so you become deeper absorbed in this strange experience. And someone comes up to you asking for help. And they look a bit like a character you were just reading about in the book. And this situation feels familiar. Like a situation you were just reading in the book. And so you go off with that character. You go off with that person. You follow them. And that person says that you have the magical ability of divination. You're able to find water. And they ask you to apply your powers because the town has been lacking water. The town's been becoming drier and drier over the years. And they need to find some new water so that they know they can survive and not have to move on as an entire town. And so you get a map out. You take a pendulum out of your pocket. And you think about flowing water. You hear the flowing sound of a waterfall. You smell that smell of fresh water. And while you're thinking that, you move that swinging pendulum from the top left-hand corner of the map along to the top right-hand corner of the map. And then you move that pendulum down a little bit and move it along to the left-hand side. And then you move it down a little bit. And you move it very slowly along to the right-hand side. And then you move it down a little bit. And you move it very slowly along to the left-hand side. And you keep doing this. And while you're doing this, there are certain times that pendulum stops swinging side to side and starts swinging in clockwise circles. And you just draw a cross on the map below every location that the pendulum swung clockwise. And then, after a little while, you've covered the whole map with the pendulum. You've marked about half a dozen crosses on that map. And then you go out and take a trip out. To the locations of each of those crosses. And you go deep into the desert. And you go out on a camel, bobbing around on the camel's back, protecting your face and your eyes from the sun and the sand, wearing clothes that help you feel cool as you travel deeper and deeper into the desert. And as you travel deeper and deeper into the desert, so you begin to allow yourself to drift into a trance state. And you arrive at the first location. And you get off the camel and you start walking around. Only this time you're holding a special divining tool, a bit like two rods, one in each hand, and they're loose and free moving. And again, as you did before, you start to focus on the idea of flowing, rushing, running water. And while you focus on that, you walk around the area. And sometimes the rods point left, other times they point right. And you follow them, you just focus on the rods. When they point left, you turn slightly left until they straighten up. And when they point right, you turn slightly right until they straighten up. And then at some point as you walk around, those rods spontaneously cross. And those here with you helping get shovels out and they dig down where the divining rods cross. They dig through the dry sand until eventually they come to some moist sand, and then bubbling water starts rising up from the hole they're digging. And they mark this new well. And then you get back on the camel, you travel to the next location, and you do the same again. And by the end of the day, you found 6 new wells. And you go back to the person who sent you on this mission, and they pay you with some gold coins. And then you go to a hotel for the night. You sleep comfortably for the night, and you awaken in the morning and find that you've become something of a hero to the villagers. something of a hero to all of these people who live here, who suddenly can stay in their home because you found what they needed. And although you know you helped them, you don't let the praise they give you become something that becomes some kind of hero personality. You look into yourself, into your heart, to decide who you are. And you know you're not a hero to them. You're just doing a job you're skilled to do. All you did was allowed yourself to trust your unconscious, to trust that deeper part of yourself, to trust that instinctive part of yourself, to trust that part of yourself which knows to keep you breathing, to keep your heart beating, to keep your cells dividing, to keep creating new cells, to keep creating blood. That part of you that works deeply inside you to do things that you'd never be able to do consciously. And you know that the difference is that you trust that part of you to find the answers and to help you find ways of managing situations. And that's all you did. You trusted that part of you. And the townspeople don't want you to leave. They want you to stay for the day. You worked all yesterday. They want you to stay for the day. And so you stay, and they arrange a big feast, a big party in your honour, to say thank you for your hard work. Thank you for all you've done, for the time you've put in. And you know you don't need the praise, but at the same time you'll accept the kindness of others. And they throw a party for you. And you enjoy that party. You enjoy mixing, socialising with people you've never met before. You enjoy interacting with these different people, their different views and opinions, learning from them as they learn from you. And you know you have to leave in the morning, and very late at night. You go up to bed in the hotel. You're tired from the day, and so you just settle down very easily, effortlessly, and comfortably drift off asleep. This is an adult bedtime story, so take a moment to ensure that you'll be comfortable and that you can close your eyes and that you can listen to this without being disturbed or without having to pay your attention to anything else. And so when you're ready, allow your eyes to close and allow yourself to begin to relax. And as you begin to comfortably relax and begin to drift off to sleep, you can listen along to me talking in the background as I tell you this story about a wizard. Now this wizard woke up one morning. He was shivering and cold and sweating, and he had this feeling that dark magic had been released across the land. He wanted to know what had happened, what he had woken up to. So he went to his spell chamber and carefully whipped up a potion. And as he whipped up that potion, he poured that potion then carefully into a container, sealed the container, placed that container over a fire, and as he watched the flickering flames dancing in the liquid in the container, he gazed into that container, gazed into that liquid, and began to put himself into a trance. He had to become one with the liquid. He had to connect with that liquid so that he could see across the land, so that he could see what was going on elsewhere, so that he could hone in on that dark magic and find out what it is and where it's coming from. So he gazed into that liquid and he started chanting to himself repetitively. And while he chanted repetitively to himself, he could feel a light coming off the liquid. He could feel that light touching his skin, passing down through his head, through his face, passing down through his shoulders, down into his arms, into his hands, passing down through his back, towards his legs. And this light passed down through his body, relaxing him, putting him into a deep and comfortable trance. And as he went deeper and deeper and more comfortably into this trance, he started seeing swirling colours and shapes and clouds appearing in the liquid. He could hear a whirring sound, he could hear different other sounds as he connected with that liquid. He could hear the popping, crackling fire in the background as it warmed the liquid. And as he went deeper and deeper into this trance, so the background started to fade away, as if he was becoming just one with the liquid. And while the background faded away and he became one with the liquid, he started to see as if he was floating elsewhere in the land, as if his room had disappeared and he was floating elsewhere in the land, becoming one with a different location. He needed to find the dark magic, so he started honing his thoughts on that dark magic, on the feeling that he had. And while he focused on that feeling, he began to hear the roar of a dragon and the swooping of that dragon as it passed over a village. He could hear villagers screaming and running, and he could see them being struck by the icy breath blown from that dragon. And the dragon would fly down, swoop down, blow blue icy breath, freezing people where they stood. Then it would fly up, circle around, fly back down again, and as it got close to the ground, it would swoop low across the villagers, breathing out a long breath of icy blue breath, freezing the villagers before flying off again, circling around and doing the same again. The wizard watched as the dragon froze all the villagers in that village, before it then left that village and flew off again. The wizard knew that it was going to fly to another village and that it would probably fly village to village, freezing everyone. He didn't know how the dragon was awoken. He didn't know why the dragon was awoken. All he knew was this dragon has dark magic contained within it, and it's now terrorizing the land, and that he's the only one that has the skill to stop it. So the wizard knows he has to go and find that dragon and put the dragon back asleep. So he then exits the trance, comes back to the room, puts out the fire, and leaves his home to go on a journey. He knows he's going to have to go on a long journey through the land if he's to find that dragon. Because he has seen the dragon, he can hone in on the dragon, he can think about the dragon, and he'll instinctively just seem to be drawn in the direction the dragon is. So he can walk through the land. And to others it will look like he's just ambling along. And yet in reality, he's ambling along towards a dragon. So he wanders through the land, wanders into the forest. And the forest is dense and dark. And he wanders through that forest, hacking away at the branches, clearing a path for himself. And he hears the different sounds in the forest. He hears the stream in the distance that runs from the mountains down through the forest and over to the ocean. And he follows his instincts towards that dragon. And after a while, he finds himself at the village he saw in his mind. He sees the frozen villagers. He walks among them. He sees that although they're frozen, they're not dead. That if he can put that dragon back to sleep, the dragon's spell will be broken and all the villagers will awaken. And he walks past the village in the direction he saw the dragon flying off. And after a long walk, he finds a bridge. A huge stone bridge. And there's a long drop down from the stone bridge where the river has dug out a gorge. And he walks over that stone bridge and carries on a path through the woods on the other side. And as he carries on that path, he starts to wonder how he will stop this dragon. He decides that the best way to stop a dragon that breathes ice is with fire. He knows that the fire won't kill the dragon, because dragons are virtually invincible. But he knows that it will slow it down. It'll neutralize its breath. And it'll give him a chance to cast a sleep spell on the dragon, putting the dragon back to sleep again. He's curious and he wonders how the dragon woke up in the first place. There must be someone or something behind it. But the biggest priority is putting that dragon back to sleep. After a long journey, he starts to hear screams in the distance and the sound of the dragon swooping down. And the sound of its breath as it breathes out that breath across those villages. And when he gets to a clearing, he can see in the distance the dragon every time it swoops up into the air. Almost like watching an air show. He sees that dragon swoop up into the air, spin around, and dive back down again. And then he'll watch it swoop up again, spin around and dive back down again on the village. The wizard heads towards the village. He knows that he may not get there in time to save these people right now, but he is closer to the dragon. When he arrives at the village, he sees the same scene as he saw before. So he travels deeper and deeper into the forest, knowing he's not far behind the dragon. After a while, he can hear breathing in the distance. Sounds like the dragon has landed. The wizard slows down and walks quietly and carefully towards a clearing he can see. And as he approaches that clearing, he notices the green scales of the dragon. He can see the dragon's eye looking his direction. And hear the powerful breath from the dragon. When he nears the clearing, the dragon smells him and takes off. He lunges with his huge wings up into the air before spreading his wings and giving an enormous flap to lift himself up higher into the air. And a few more flaps, and he's up in the air circling around to face back towards the wizard. And the dragon swings down towards the wizard, and the wizard holds the ground. The wizard doesn't move. He plants his staff in the ground, plants his feet firmly on the floor, and he watches as that dragon swings down towards him, pulls its wings in, and dives. And when the dragon is very near to the wizard, he puts out his right hand and starts chanting, starts giving a sleep spell. And when the dragon's just meters away, a bolt of fire appears to burst from the staff and from the wizard's hand. Striking the dragon's breath that he starts to spray towards the wizard. And the fire pushes on the breath, and the breath pushes back on the fire. And the fire pushes stronger on the breath, and the wizard focuses his attention, focusing and focusing, narrowing his focus, relaxing, focusing, as the flames push towards the dragon. Before putting out his breath and surrounding the dragon in fire. The dragon bursts out of the flames, circles around, and takes another pass towards that wizard. And as the dragon dives on the wizard this time, it lets out a huge breath. Only nothing comes out. Its breath has been extinguished by the fire. The wizard continues his sleep chanting, continues to give his sleep spell as a purple light starts emanating from his staff, throbbing, brightening and emanating. First of all encapsulating the entire wizard and his staff, and then spreading out wider and wider. The diving dragon has no time to pull up, and he goes straight into the purple light that's spreading out from the wizard. And almost instantly, once he's fully inside the purple light, the dragon stops flying, its eyes close, and it thunders down to the ground. Like a rock, just dropping from the sky. And it crashes and skids along the ground. Sliding deep in the dirt, leaving a long crater behind, skidding to a halt. And the wizard stands over the dragon, almost nose to nose with the dragon, places his right hand on the dragon's head, and starts saying a spell to send the dragon back to where it came from. The wizard commands to the dragon, you'll go back to sleep, you'll go back to where you came. You'll disappear. Your magic will be gone. The world will be safe again. You will vanish. There will be peace and calm and tranquility throughout the land. And as the wizard continued to say its spell, the dragon started sinking into the mud, started sinking into the ground, as if the ground was swallowing that dragon back up, taking the dragon back from where it came. You'll go deeper and deeper. You'll relax under the ground. You'll sleep soundly and calmly, bringing peace to the land. And while the wizard continued saying his spell, so villagers began to thaw out, began to be free of the dragon's spell, unaware of exactly what had happened. And you'll sink deeper and deeper into the ground, bringing peace and happiness all around, relaxing, drifting, floating down, deeper and deeper, bringing peace and calmness and sleep. Bringing peace and calmness and sleep. With each breath you take, you'll drift deeper and deeper, bringing peace and calmness and sleep. And the wizard continued to chant his spell, sending the dragon back to where he came, bringing peace and safety to the land. And after he brought peace and safety to the land, and the dragon had totally been absorbed into the ground and covered up again, the wizard knew at any point the dragon could come back. Whoever had released him could do so again. So the wizard cast a spell that if the dragon came back, no villagers could be hurt. Its breath wouldn't work. It couldn't harm anyone again. And the wizard then took his time, feeling a little weary, to walk back deeply through the woods, back deeply through the forest, back over that bridge, all the way back home, looking forward to having a comfortable sleep and rest following his day's adventure.
Okay, just close your eyes, allow yourself to get comfortable. Make sure that you only listen to this when your attention isn't required elsewhere, when you can just relax completely. And as you listen to the sound of my voice, you don't have to pay attention to the individual words. You don't have to pay attention to any of the sounds around you. You don't have to pay attention to how your body feels. And you don't have to pay attention to any random thoughts that just come and go as you enjoy the sensations of the experience. And as you listen to me, my voice can just go with you on your experience. And the sound of my voice could take the form of the sounds of the wind, or the sounds of animals in the wild, or perhaps it will take the form of other sounds. And my voice will just go with you in a comfortable form. As you just continue through the experience. And as you hear the sound of my voice, you can begin to relax with each out-breath. And as you relax with each out-breath, you can find yourself becoming more and more absorbed in the experience. And the more absorbed in the experience you become, the more you can discover yourself drifting, floating, and relaxing into that experience. And as you relax deeply and comfortably into the experience, certain thoughts can cross your mind, some thoughts can just drift off, and other thoughts relating to the experience can just become more absorbing and more enjoyable. And you can just discover yourself in a meadow. You can discover yourself in a meadow, looking out over the smooth, grassy meadow, noticing all the leaves of grass just waving, wisping around gently in the wind. Just waving, wisping around gently in the cool breeze on this warm spring day. And as you look closely at the grass, you can just begin to notice how many daisies and dandelions and other little plants like that are mixed in with that grass. And you can just get a sense of sitting down on that grass, almost like sitting on top of the softest bed you could ever imagine. And perhaps while you're sitting down you'll play with the daisies, or maybe just run your fingers through the grass as you look up at the sky and notice some of those wispy clouds. And you can notice what all this new life is like. All this new life that has sprung up with the spring. And as you look around, you can notice birds flying, interacting. You can see little squirrels in the trees, darting around the trunks, running out onto the grass. And you can notice that in the middle of this meadow is one big oak tree. An oak tree that has stood the test of time. An oak tree that has seen the seasons come and go. An oak tree that has weathered years and years of life. And you can imagine what it's like to just lie back and rest on that grass, looking up at those clouds as they gently cross the sky. Imagining that you're being told a story. A story about how a child and their parents prepare for Easter. And they work so hard to hollow out those eggs, whilst leaving the shells intact. And the parent teaches the child specifically how to hollow out those eggs without causing any harm to the shell, just by creating 2 little holes in the shell. And the child makes a few mistakes at first, breaking a few eggs, but quickly gets the hang of it. And the parent continues to praise the child for how well they're doing. And then after the eggs have been emptied of the insides, the parent and child begin to take their time, and they paint dozens of eggs with beautiful shapes and colours and designs. And the following day, the parent has their friends around. And the parent and their friends go out into the garden. And they hide all of those eggs. And then all of the children excitedly spend hours searching for those eggs. And they're all really excited when they find an egg. Yet each egg is hollow. Each egg is just a shell, yet the children are so excited to find those presents. Each child is excited, discovering that those presents have nothing inside, yet they're still presents that the child cherishes. And although they appear to have nothing inside, the process of preparing and making those eggs means that the eggs contain something of value that is the present for the child that finds the eggs. And you know, as you look around the meadow, and you can notice a specific squirrel that's running around and just digging things up. And occasionally burying things. And you can just get a sense of standing up and walking slowly and gently towards a gate at the bottom of the meadow. And as you pass through the gate, you can discover yourself on a path. And as you walk down the path, you can notice how the path begins to go from lush green grass to a golden sand, and then you can reach the gate at the other end of the path and discover yourself on a summer's beach. And I don't know whether you'll be wearing shoes that you take off, or whether you'll just walk barefooted across the sand. And the sand can have a certain warmth with each step. And with each warm step, you can enjoy a greater sense of comfort. And as you get nearer and nearer to the shore, to just where the water is lashing gently up onto the shore and rolling in just a little way, you can begin to hear the sound of those waves. And I wonder what else you can hear there. And you can feel the warm sun beating down on you. And I don't know whether it'll be like a comfortable pressure or just a warmth. And I don't know whether you'll just walk along the water's edge, or maybe go in the water up to your knees or your waist, or maybe even go for a little swim. And you can get a sense of what that feels like. Yes. And I wonder whether you'll spend some time sunbathing on that beach. And after you've sunbathed, you can begin to move on. And before you move on, I wonder if when you sunbathe, you'd just be lying there or sitting there, or whether you'd be reading a book, or listening to music, or doing something completely different. And it's interesting how your unconscious learns from each place that you visit. And it can learn from being in a warm sea how to feel comfortable and supported, and how that warmth can penetrate comfort through the body, how the warmth can make aches and pains just appear to vanish. And the interesting thing about this whole experience is that at any time in your waking life, any part of your mind and body can go right back to any of the experiences all by itself, whilst the rest of you can stay in the real world. And it can be a comfortable experience that you can always keep in mind. And as you make your way to another gate, to another path, you can just enjoy knowing that you can come back here again in the future. And each time you come back, you can discover something new. Each time you come back, you can have a pleasant surprise. And as you walk along the footpath through that gate, you can wonder what you're going to discover. And I wonder at what point along that footpath the golden brown sand turns into golden brown leaves of autumn. At what point the sound changes beneath your feet with each footstep, as you go from walking on sand to walking on crunchy leaves. As you go through the next gate and find yourself in a woodland area in autumn. And you can enjoy the experience of being aware of the autumn colours, the autumn sounds, the twinkling light as it bursts through from above, bursting through the leaves, the trees, and how you can notice leaves falling from the trees at just the right time. And perhaps you can be curious, wondering how they know when it's the right time to let go. When it's the right time to have grown and then let go from the tree and fall to the ground. In the same way that in the spring there was a point where fruit and other seeds just knew when the right time to let go and fall to the ground was. And in the spring it was so that they could be transported away from the tree to grow all by themselves. And here in the autumn, perhaps you'll walk over and touch a few of the tree trunks. Notice the feeling of the bark. Notice how it's different on different trees. It's different shades, different colours, different textures. Noticing that the sounds here are different. And noticing that the temperature's different, and that you've been able to wrap up warmly. As you walk through the woods, you can notice a gate in the distance, and you can walk all the way to that gate. And you can notice that as you walk all the way to that gate, there are squirrels running around collecting nuts, burying the nuts for later. Burying those nuts in little holes, knowing that later on, when the time is right, they can open up those holes and enjoy the contents. And as you walk through the gate, walking on those crunchy leaves, you can notice that it gradually turns into crunchy snow. And you can notice how the sound of each footstep changes as it turns into crunchy snow. And you can walk through the snow towards the gate at the end, and then find yourself on an untouched field, of snow. Where you can take the first step, leaving the first footprint in the snow. And you can see where you want to get to. You can see a beautiful log cabin in the distance. And you can notice what direction you want to head. And then you can begin to walk towards that log cabin, leaving a path behind you of footprints, freshly trodden into the snow. Hearing the cracking sound of each footstep in the snow. You can notice how fresh the air smells whilst you're wrapped up comfortably warm. And there can be the occasional few snowflakes, or maybe the snow will be heavier as it falls. And you can notice how every single snowflake is different. Yet you can think that they look beautiful regardless. Then you can arrive at the log cabin and let yourself in. Know that this is a special place for you. A comfortable place. somewhere that you can go to when you automatically follow this entire journey effortlessly, just by thinking of the beginning of the journey at times that are appropriate. And I wonder whether you'll see the log fire in the huge stone fireplace before you hear it, or whether you'll hear it first. The log fire that just comfortably crackles in the distance. And you can go over to a window and you can place your hand on the window and just notice how the coolness from outside the log cabin can seem to just flow into the hand. You can notice as that hand just seems to take on a comfortable blueness, a comfortable numbness, that your unconscious can learn how easy and effortlessly it can create that numbness. And it can use the most appropriate signals for stimulating that numbness. And it can tell the difference between discomfort that needs to be known about and made aware of, and discomfort that can be made numb without any conscious effort. And your unconscious can always keep in mind to create numbness without any effort at all. From any signals of discomfort. That aren't necessary. And you can have a look around for that most comfortable chair. And I wonder what else you can see and hear and feel with each footstep as you look around for that most comfortable chair, and then sit down comfortably into it. As if by sitting down in the chair you drift off into a sort of trancey state, almost like a daydreamy state, where your mind just begins to wander. And your mind can wander and drift. And it can dream about the future. It can get a sense of you when you're much older, much older, having experienced the pleasures of life. And in that dream you can discover yourself sitting somewhere comfortably, being happy in the knowledge that you've had a wonderful life, that your life has been just the sort of life you've always wanted, that you've always dreamt of. Where you've achieved your dreams, where you've enjoyed happiness and success in a way that's made people around you happy and successful, in ways that they've been unaware of at times. Some people could have become successful just from your support and your encouragement, and other people maybe became successful because you played a more active role. You can just get a sense of a grandchild coming and sitting on your lap with their little cheeky grin and toothy smile looking up at you. With that little grandchild clinging on to you with its big hug, just wanting to hear your stories about what you did when you were younger, and how you got to where you are today. And you can just get a sense of how you begin to talk to your grandchild. And you begin to explain what you were doing over the last couple of years, what you'd been doing a few years before that, and how it was almost just like fate. Everything fell into place. Talking about what you did before that, and before that, and before that, all the way back. Into the past. Almost as if you're able to look back and see a line of events that have led you to maintaining your happiness, that have led to you making all the right decisions in life and achieving your dreams, so that you could have a family, so that you could bring up your family really well, so that your family could then have children, so that you could then be talking to this grandchild. And it can be as if you're sat there talking, and then you just sort of look up and drift off into space. As you drift inside your mind while you're talking and explaining to the child all those fun things you got up to, what it was like to have your life. The people you met, the places you went to, the work that you did, your achievements and successes. As your mind just sort of drifts off to your success in your personal life, with relationships and friendships and family, to success in your professional life with work colleagues, in different business contexts, and all other achievements. And success in your leisure life, with interests that you took up, and people you used to do those interests with. And you can reminisce about funny stories, events that you found humorous, the sort of events that you just had to be there to really find them humorous. And you can think back over your long-term relationship with your partner, what you did on your first anniversary, and second, and third, and fourth, and fifth, and 10th, and 15th, and 20th, and 25th, all the anniversaries that you've had up until that point. And you can just share teaching tales, share stories with your grandchild. About the importance of friendships, loving relationships, the importance of doing what you want to do in life, within work, discussing with your grandchild how you keep life fun and entertaining, and keep a level of spontaneity and originality, comfortable level of spontaneity and originality within events throughout the life. And every now and then, when you drift out of that little daydream in your mind while you're talking to your grandchild, you can notice how your grandchild is fixed and focused on every single word, captivated by what you have to say. And you can just take time to enjoy a minute of real world time, taking hours of enjoying fun, reminiscing to your grandchild. And as you look at the grandchild, you can think about who they most resemble, whether it's their mum, their dad, their nan, their granddad, at which relative they most appear to resemble, physically and within their mannerisms. And then you can be aware that it's beginning to get late. And so you suggest to your grandchild that they go to bed now, and you can walk them to their bedroom. And once they're ready for bed, you can tuck them in and kiss them goodnight. And then you can find their parents. You can find the child's parents in another room where they've been relaxing and chatting between themselves, enjoying their time in your log cabin. And you can say goodnight to them. And be proud of the family that you brought into this world and the part you played in their life. The lessons you taught them as they were growing up. And then you can go to bed, into your bed, which is the most comfortable bed, getting to bed with your partner, snuggling up, and falling asleep. And as you lie there sleeping, your breathing can begin to change as you relax more deeply into that comfortable sleep. Where you can dream dreams and have thoughts, and know that most of them will be gone by the morning, that the only ones that may be left will be that last dream, maybe the last two dreams just before waking up. And you can sleep soundly and comfortably all night long, drifting and dreaming, sleeping soundly and comfortably all night long.
So as you listen to me with this bedtime journey, you can begin to fall asleep, and you can fall asleep at your own rate and speed. And I don't know whether you'll fall asleep faster with my voice or the spaces between my words, or just with the drifting into your imagination. And so you can have a sense of walking through a meadow, and you're walking through a meadow, late in the evening with a bright moonlit sky overhead, and everything is a beautiful range of blues and blacks, with the white moon and stars shining and twinkling above you. And so you can look around, you can look up at the moon, and you can notice the different craters. You can notice how that moon is very slowly moving across the sky. You can notice the twinkling stars, and you can see Orion. You can see Orion's belt. You can notice the Big Dipper, and you can notice some planets up there in the sky, and the occasional wispy cloud passing overhead. And you can notice a stream going along the side of a meadow. And you can walk along a path through the meadow, walking along a path through the meadow towards the stream, and then walking along that path along the side of the stream. And as you walk along the path along the side of the stream, you can hear the water trickling and flowing, and notice the white light dancing on the surface of the water. Notice how clear the water is and how fresh the water sounds. And you can notice the sound of the wind, the sound of that breeze in the background, gazing out over the meadow. Noticing how that grass has a dark blue tinge to it. And it's a thick field of grass that moves and sways in waves as the breeze blows across the grass. And the sound of rustling leaves in the trees, and dancing shards of light shining through those leaves onto the path ahead, and in the distance being able to see hills in different shades of dark blue contrasted against the sky. Then you can reach down and let your fingers feel the water and notice that the water isn't as cold as you perhaps first thought it was going to be. And feel the comfort of that water, almost as if the water flows past your hand, and as it runs through your fingers and continues downstream, it flows away and almost draws out of you any stress or tension or any negativity. And occasionally you can notice twigs and leaves floating on the surface of the water, just calmly drifting along on the surface of the water, calmly drifting downstream. And you can carry on walking along the path, hearing what each footstep sounds like on that solid path beneath your feet. That thud sound as each footstep lands. As you walk along that path, and while you walk along that path, so you can feel more relaxed and absorbed in the experience. Just taking in the experience, looking around you, taking in the beauty of the world around you, listening out for the sounds of animals, perhaps the sounds of crickets in the grass, and you can walk on this beautiful moonlit night along the edge of that stream towards a distant bridge. And you can walk from the meadow and notice how the trees are beginning to build up more around you, and you're moving from meadow into woodland, where you see more of the shards of dancing moonlight in front of you, but you can't really see the stars up through the leaves of the trees. Almost like walking through nature's very own tunnel, hearing sounds of animals coming out in the evening to forage. Those animals that you don't see during the day. And you can continue walking towards a distant bridge, and really taking in the scenery around you. Perhaps reaching and touching some of the trees, feeling the bark, hearing the occasional crack of twigs beneath your feet. Feeling the breeze on your cheeks, having a sense of the temperature, and a feeling of each footstep that you take. As you approach that bridge, and notice it's an arched bridge, a really old bridge, made of stone. And you can walk across to the middle of the bridge. And standing in the middle of the bridge, you reach down and you pick up a twig. And then you drop it over the edge of the bridge and you watch that twig flow down the stream with the water currents just flowing down the stream, and you watch that twig as it heads straight, and then perhaps it turns slightly and twists in the water as it gets caught on eddies and the different way the water flows, as it bobs up and down, weaving with the waves, with the movement of the stream, until it disappears out of sight. And then you can carry on walking deeper and deeper into the woods, following this path over the bridge, down the other side of the stream, following this path deeper and deeper into the woods. Noticing how the deeper you go into the woods, the more peaceful things can appear. And the more peaceful things appear, the more calm and comfortable you can feel. And after some time of walking along this path, you can notice how the path is starting to veer slightly away from the stream and curve upwards slightly. And there's a slight incline. And so you can begin to follow the path slightly up and away from the stream. And as you do, you can notice off in the distance that there appears to be a bit of a clearing here deep in the woods. And so you follow this path and you notice perhaps that the going is just a little tougher as you walk slightly uphill, but you follow this path all the way to that clearing. Then once you reach that clearing, you notice how it's another beautiful meadow that's slightly higher up, and you've got a brilliant view over to the hills off in the distance. You can notice thick fluffy clouds just behind the hills. You can notice the patchwork of stars twinkling in the sky, and the moon beaming down on your skin. Again, admiring all of the different shades of blue and the blacks and the bright white light that reflects from that moon. And down there you can also notice where the stream runs at the bottom of the meadow, where it exits the woodland, and the woodland seems to follow around the far side of the stream, and you just happen to have found a beautiful bit of meadow right in the middle of the woods, and you can see a stag down there at the edge of the stream with its huge antlers, leaning over, drinking some water. And then you can notice there's a few other deer down there as well. Just enjoying the evening, eating some food, having a drink. And you can set up camp here for the night. And you don't have anything on you to set up camp, but there's plenty around you. So you grab a long branch that's lying on the ground. You grab two shorter branches. And you prop up the long branch with the two shorter branches. Making the pyramid kind of shape with it stretching out the back where your legs will go when you go into this, with the front being propped up like a triangle at the front, going down to that big branch resting on the ground at the back. You then grab lots of branches with leaves on, and you rest them on either side, and you weave them together, and just using what you're finding naturally around you, you build a small little tent that's big enough for you just to slide inside, with your head at the entrance end and your feet at the far end. But before you do that, you clear an area in front of the newly made tent. You get some rocks and stones and you form them in a circle. And you get some twigs, dry leaves, and you start yourself a campfire. And then you slide into your tent. And you relax and enjoy the evening with the campfire, with the crackling, flickering flames in front of you. Feeling the warmth of the fire on your cheeks. Feeling so relaxed and calm and comfortable, being one with nature. And then the fire burns down until it's just embers, until it's just glowing in front of you, giving off plenty of heat, but it's just glowing in front of you. And as the fire burns down to a glow, so you drift comfortably and relaxed asleep. Having a comfortable, relaxed night's sleep. As you listen to this bedtime story, you can get yourself comfortable and close your eyes. And as I talk in the background, so you can drift comfortably asleep, following along to the story. And there was a tabby cat who lived in a farmhouse. And one day the tabby cat was resting on a lap. And while that tabby cat was resting on the lap, its owner was stroking the cat. And the cat felt so relaxed being stroked. It began to purr. And while the cat purred, the cat began to relax. And as the cat began to relax, it began to drift off and dream. And the cat felt so comfortable resting on that lap, knowing that the owner was being brought a sense of calm and relaxation as they stroked the cat gently. And while the cat drifted off asleep, it began to have a sense of climbing down off of that owner's lap, still feeling a bit sleepy, and yet climbing down off the owner's lap and starting to pace gently around the room. And you know, as a cat, everything seems so big in the room. And the cat had very sensitive hearing, and it thought it heard something outside. So the cat paced its way through the home all the way into the kitchen, paced its way along the kitchen floor all the way to the back door. The cat nudged its head against the cat flap in the back door, pushing that cat flap open with its head, stepping its right paw through first, then its left paw. And then taking a step with each paw before stepping through with the rear right paw and then the rear left paw. And the cat liked trying to tense up its tail just a little bit, to hold and lift the cat flap up behind it. And then once the cat had walked just slightly away from the cat flap, it would relax its tail and let the cat flap swing shut behind it. And the cat flap would swing in and out, in and out, in and out a couple of times before coming to rest. And out in the garden, the cat
paced itself around, it could still hear something, and it decided to go explore. So it started by following the path, by walking its way gently down the path. The cat was very vigilant, keeping an eye out for any other cats, keeping an eye out for anything of interest. And the cat could smell the flowers along the border by the path, could hear the sounds of birds in the distance. Noticing the green grass, the hedges and trees and different coloured flowers. And so the cat continued to walk through the garden, and it veered off the path, going deeper and deeper into the garden. Heading closer and closer to the noise that it could hear. And the noise appeared to be coming from a part of the garden the cat didn't normally visit. It appeared to be coming from behind a hedge the cat had never passed by. And so the cat walked to the hedge, sized that hedge up, looked to the top, looked at the bottom, and a bit like drawing back a slingshot before firing it, the cat leant back on its back legs, looked up at where it needed to jump to, wiggled its bottom, and then leapt up to the top of that hedge. The cat had to scrabble a bit at the top of the hedge just to land on the top. And from up here, the cat gazed down the other side. It had never been down there. It didn't know what was down there. It walked along the hedge for a little way before jumping down into this other garden, this garden it had never been in before. And it continued to walk through this garden, heading towards that sound. The sound was much louder now. It was a kind of squeaky voice, and the cat was curious. The cat followed a path through this garden, noticed how this garden looked different to its own garden. And after some searching, the cat found a hole, and it was a hole through a brick wall. It was quite a small hole, and the cat had to really squeeze and wriggle to push through that hole. It knew the squeaking was coming from somewhere in here. And despite it being very dark in the hole, the cat had very good eyesight and could see quite clearly, even in quite low light, and could feel its way through the hole with its whiskers, giving it an almost three-dimensional feel to this hole, just from the sensations of its whiskers. And after travelling for some time through this hole, it started to get lighter again, and the cat realised that it could see the end of this tunnel, and it appeared like the end of this tunnel came out in a different building, in a different house. And as the cat reached the end of the tunnel and entered this different house, it noticed it was coming out near a fireplace from under some drawers, and it's pushed itself out. And as the cat poked its head out from under the drawers, it saw a human. And this human was petting a little mouse. And the mouse was talking away. And the cat realised this was the squeaky voice that it heard. The cat thought it was unusual that a human would be petting a mouse. Normally the cat saw mice in cages, and humans pet cats, not mice. As the mouse saw the cat, the mouse looked a bit startled, but was too comfortable and relaxed being pet by its owner to bother to move or do anything. After a little while, the human put the mouse in a hamster ball and sealed it so that it could run around on the ground. And the mouse ran over to the cat to talk with the cat. And they began talking about the type of life they have, trying to work out who's in charge. The mouse believed that it was the one who chose the human, and the cat agreed that it had chosen its human. And the mouse said about how the human feeds it, the human cleans everything out, makes its bedding nice, keeps it warm, lets it roam around and have some exercise, buys it different gadgets. And the cat spoke about how it has freedom to come and go as it pleases, does whatever it wants, gets its back scratched and rubbed, gets its belly rubbed. Gets to play with different toys, gets food laid out for it, and the humans even give it some of their food. And the cat and the mouse both agree that they've got it quite easy. They get to do what they want to do. And then they have a human to look after them and to do things for them, so the cat doesn't need to eat the mouse, and the mouse doesn't need to go foraging and finding its own food. The cat wondered what it must be like to be a mouse being able to go in a ball like it's in. The cat told the mouse that he had seen humans doing that on TV, Humans getting into balls a bit like what the mouse is in, and then rolling the balls over water, rolling the balls down hills. As a cat, it had never experienced anything like that, but it did look fun. The mouse told the cat that it thinks it knows how the cat can experience that. And the mouse was clever and resourceful, and it managed to open the lid to the ball, and then while its human was watching the TV, the cat and the mouse ran up the stairs. And the mouse found a round laundry basket and told the cat that it can experience the same as the humans by getting into the laundry basket. The cat couldn't see how that could happen, but the mouse said if you just tip it over on its side, it'll work fine. So the cat jumped up onto the laundry basket. Using its claws, it scraped, holding onto the lid, and slid itself down, dragging the lid off with it. It then jumped up and into the laundry basket, and jumped up, pushing its claws and its feet against the side of the basket, tipping it over. It was a bit too heavy, so it emptied some of the clothes out and dragged them out of the laundry basket. The cat knew this looked like it was going to be fun. It didn't know quite what it was going to do yet, but it was something new. It was a bit of an adventure. Once the cat had managed to get the laundry basket on its side, the mouse said all you have to do is lean against that front from the inside and start walking forwards, and the basket will move underneath you. So the cat leant its forelegs up onto the inside at the front and started pushing. It took a bit of effort to start with, but after a few pushes, the cat managed to get that basket moving. And it managed to navigate its way out of the bathroom where the laundry basket was, into the corridor. And it managed to wheel it along the landing. And the cat was thinking, this is really fun. This is something I've never done before. And then the mouse suggested, why don't you go down the stairs? That's a bit like when those humans go down the hills. The mouse recalled a time when, in its ball, it went down the stairs. It was a bit bumpy, and the mouse was a bit too small. But it felt that the cat, being much bigger, would be able to do this, and would find it more fun. The cat went over to the stairs, and carefully leant forwards and pushed. And with a well-timed push, the wash basket tumbled down the stairs with the cat running inside it. At the bottom of the stairs, the cat stopped running, but the wash basket kept going. And the cat tumbled inside the wash basket head over heels. There was an enormous clatter and crash. The human in this house rushed out wondering what was going on, and it could see a cat all among clothing and the wash basket on the floor. The human tried rushing that cat out, tried to scare the cat away, started shouting at the cat. But the human was more concerned that its mouse was okay, and went and got the mouse. The cat ran out the way that it came in. It decided this was a fun adventure. It waited in the tunnel, trying to peer back and listen out for that mouse. And it heard the high-pitched squeak of the mouse, talking in the background, suggesting they stay friends, and that they can have more fun together. But maybe they need to have fun where the humans aren't around and the humans won't notice. The cat replied, saying it agreed, and decided that it would head back for now, back to its own home. So the cat travelled back through that tunnel, back out to the garden, leapt up onto the hedge, dropping down off the other side of the hedge. Before heading back to the house and through that cat flap, the human was still sitting there in this home. So the cat leapt up onto the human's lap, snuggled down, stretched itself, and let the human continue to pet it, to stroke its back, as it comfortably drifted off asleep on the human's lap, drifting asleep, dreaming about adventures that it can get up to in the future, drifting comfortably asleep.